Fucking like he knows he got something going on for damn sure.
king and his men stole the queen from her bed.
He's got it! Touchdown!
Bound her in her bone.
Jones takes it
The
in.
seas be ours, and by the powers where we'll roam.
What is good, Raider Nation? Welcome back to yet another episode of Raiders Friday Night Roundtable. I'm joined by my friends Dustin, Sergio, Cortez, Eric, and Ray. Say what's up, everybody.
Salute, Raider.
What's the deal?
Happy
Salute
Friday.
Raider Nation. Appreciate you guys showing up. Salute to the chat. Dark, Richard, frickin' all of you. Melky, frickin' Seth. Maybe Bed. Salute all you guys, man. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all being here.
Happy Friday.
Yep, happy Friday.
Facts, yeah. As Ray just said, and Dustin as well, happy Friday. As Dustin also said, salute to everyone for being a part of this broadcast already. Thank you to the members of this panel for showing up, as always. Thank you to the mods in the chat for holding it down. We wouldn't be able to do the show without you guys, as always. And last but not least, thank you to our viewers for commenting and watching along with us as we begin this broadcast. We got another great one for you guys, as always. Just a quick reminder before we do get started. If he hasn't already, he will in a second. Our friend Cortez will post the various links to our various platforms in the comments section. So when you guys get a chance, if you could just check out all those links, all those URLs, and just tap in with us on all those platforms, that'd be greatly appreciated. Just to give you guys a quick rundown of those platforms. So the first one is going to be the Death Star Port YouTube channel, which we're currently broadcasting to right now. If you could just subscribe to that channel, hit the notification bell, like as many videos as possible, and comment on as many videos as possible, that'd be greatly appreciated. And we do thank you in advance for that. Our second platform is going to be the Nation Nightmare YouTube channel, which is our friend Cortez's personal YouTube channel. So, same deal there. If you could subscribe, hit the notification bell, like as many videos as possible, and comment on as many videos as possible, that'd be greatly appreciated as well. The third platform that we're currently broadcasting to is the Death Star Port Twitch channel. You could follow us on there. That'd be greatly appreciated as well. Some other links we're going to share with you guys is our Instagram account, Death Star Port on Instagram. If you could give us a follow there, throw some likes on some of our posts, and maybe even share some of our posts, not only to your story, but to your friends over DMs. That would be greatly appreciated as well. And last but not least, as far as DSR is concerned, probably the most important link we're going to share with you guys, as we do every broadcast, is the link to our DSR Discord server. So if you guys are on Discord, if you could check out that link and join our community there, that'd be greatly appreciated, because it is really the heart of what we do here at DSR. And it's just a tremendous community. It's got a whole bunch of stuff going on in there. And it's a great way to connect with people, not only over all Raiders, but so like I said, we've got a whole bunch of stuff going on in that Discord community. We have a Raiders chat where we talk about, all things Raiders, but we have a general chat where we just talk about life in general. We talk about the NFL at large. We have fantasy leagues, both NBA and NFL. We talk about other sports leagues like the MLB, NBA, and NHL. We have movie nights, which I believe are going to be starting up this week or this coming week. So very soon, going to be very exciting activity starting up in that Discord. And we also do promotional events like free giveaways and whatnot. And we also even have we have links to all various social media Keeping track of social media accounts. When Raiders content creators drop posts and whatnot, not only on Twitter but on Instagram. And we also have a channel dedicated to all keep you guys up to date with YouTube links as far as Raider YouTubers as well. So like I said,
They're going to be watching. They'll be watching Mario Bros on Saturday.
yeah, so like I said, it's a great community. We'd love to have you in there. We got a whole bunch of stuff going on in that community. So if you could check out the DSR Discord server link as well, that'd be greatly appreciated. And we do thank you in advance for that, as it does help us out tremendously as well. So like I said, the Death Star Port on YouTube, the Nation Nightmare on YouTube, the Death Star Port Twitch channel, the Death Star Port on Instagram, and last but certainly not least, on the DSR Discord server. So, like I said, if you could tap
And the
in with
movie
us on
they're watching on Saturday is going to be Mario Brothers on this Saturday.
Okay, great. Yeah. So, once again, just another great reason to hop in that Discord as well. Join us there. We're going to be watching the Super Mario Brothers movie apparently in that Discord. So, the best way to keep up to date with not
In
only that,
HD, we already checked it in HD, so it's good quality, everything.
Okay, great. So it's in HD as well, even better. So like I said, the best way to keep in touch, keep up to date with stuff like that, and just all the great things going on in that community is to join us through that link. So like I said, if you could tap in with us on all those platforms, that would be greatly appreciated because it helped us out tremendously. So we do.
And we'll go through the link tree because a lot of the links on the link tree are actually invalid. So I'd probably not post the link tree right now because there's numerous links on there that don't even work. So, but long story short, we'll update it and then we can repost it.
Right. So yeah. So obviously the link tree, we're also going to be sharing that link with you guys as well. It's obviously just a catalog of all the links related to DSR. So that is currently under construction, and we will have that up and fully operational and fully fixed very soon. So keep posted with that. But we will also share the link tree with you guys as well. One little last reminder: our very own Sergio, a member of this panel, has written an article, I believe, on Sam Webb. Is that correct, Sergio?
Yes.
Okay, great. So yeah, we also should be sharing a link with you guys to his article. Feel free to read it. Obviously, you guys know Sergio. He's been on this show night in and night out. Always gives great points. Always very knowledgeable, not only about stats but about schemes and philosophies and players in general. So like I said, if you guys could check out his article when we share the link in the comment section, that'd be greatly appreciated as well.
And my article is valid. Sam Webb himself apparently likes it so much he was willing to share it.
Right, yeah, exactly, right, even better. So Sam Webb apparently shared it himself, so it's got an NFL player, a Raider, better yet, seal of approval. So like I said, when we share that link, check out his article as well. So not only with his article, but with all the platforms I just went over, we're also going to be posting all those links multiple times throughout the duration of this broadcast. So when you guys get a chance, you guys will have ample opportunity to check out all those links. So like I said, we thank you guys in advance for checking out all those links and tapping in with us on all of those platforms. It really helps us out tremendously, and we do thank you in advance for that. So without further ado, with all of that out of the way, let's begin our broadcast with our first topic. So, obviously, as many of you know, the biggest piece of news to hit Raider Nation today, or most recently, was that wide receiver Hunter Renfrow's jersey was found in Las Vegas on sale, I believe, for 25% off. So because of that has sparked a lot of rumors and concern regarding, the trade rumors that have been surrounding Hunter Renfrow for pretty much this entire offseason. Many people are starting to believe those rumors could indeed come to fruition, and this is just the latest indication of that. So why don't we just go around the panel and just discuss our thoughts on the jersey sale, on if we feel that it's only smoke, if it's maybe just a quick promotional thing that the Raiders are doing, or if it means that they're trying to liquidate and get rid of as many jerseys as possible because they do not expect Hunter Renfrow to be a Raider for very much longer. Eric, why don't you get started, or you want to get started?
Sure, yeah, I've seen it, and I'm like, it could just be, hey, it could be a good start for the summer, or it could be kind of like more to it. Because last year, who jersey was on sale or like real cheap? Trying to forget who it was, but he ended up, whoever it was, they still ended up reigning with the team, unless unless he's having like unless you got to change his number. That's the only way I could see it being on sale, but. I don't know. Like maybe it's just a good promo, or maybe it's more to it. But we'll see as the season gets more into it. But as of right now, I'm not thinking too much of it. Like I'm not. It's not that deep. It's not that deep. Now,
Yeah, I
no, no,
mean,
it's not that
good.
deep. It's not that deep. But you guys, let's tell you guys, hey, if you're in Vegas, you want an Renfrow jersey, get it now because it's cheap. It could be, hey, it could be good promo. Good promo. You put one of the best players on the team who's a fan favorite jersey on sale for those who don't have it. Hey, if I can save a couple dollars, why not? Why not get it? Why not get it for less? But like I told you, I'm not buying too heavy into it. Like you said, Josh. I mean Jeff. It could be great promo.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, obviously, as you say, it could just all be, smoke. There could be no substance to it, and this is just, a quick promotional sort of thing that the Raiders are doing, maybe to try to, um, you know, collect some, volume of sales, and very quickly, just to sort of entice people into buying the jersey. Um, but as far as encouraging people to actually go out and buy the jersey, I personally would warn against that, just because I think there is some risk involved. I mean, obviously the guy has put in some good years for this team. And so if you view getting a jersey of him, as a sort of collectible, and or you really like, what he did for the Raiders, if this, does end up being, um, the end for his career as a Raider, then certainly go ahead and buy his jersey, I would say. But if you feel like you want to get a jersey of a player who you'd like to see put in some more years in a Raiders uniform, like I said, I think you're rolling the dice. So as far as that goes, I would just say purchase at your own risk. But as far as what this might mean for his future with the Raiders, I would disagree with you, Eric. Personally, I would say that this is, especially given all of the trade rumors and how, most people have been saying that it's 50-50 as far as whether or not he's going to get traded. And given that it seems pretty clear that in the very least, Ziegler has been taking calls about him, which as any responsible GM, you have to take those kinds of calls. You always have to look, you always have to consider how you could potentially make your team as a whole better. It's not just about, one player. Even somebody who, as I believe, Eric mentioned, was a fan favorite, like Hunter Renfrow has been. Um, so I just think that this is sort of, if we were talking about, before the jersey sale news dropped, we were at a 50-50, sort of complete coin flip. I think this now moves the needle more towards him getting traded. So now, it could be, 60-40, maybe 65-35. Because I think that what this means is that obviously the Raiders know something about potential, trade talks heating up and whatnot. And there certainly is a market for a guy. Obviously a slot receiver is pretty hard to, it's not impossible to come by, but it's not, they don't exactly grow on trees. So I personally think that this is, we should set our expectations for some sort of trade deal is picking up steam, and it's picking up, traction as we speak. So we'll have to see, but I'm personally not very optimistic about him staying in Las Vegas. Ray, was there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, so as fans, I feel like, to be honest, I'm not saying you guys, but I just believe that we kind of jumped to conclusion or a speculation too quick. Like anytime a player or something like that, we always come to a conclusion. Oh, we're gonna get. Oh, we're gonna lose this. The thing with Hunter Renfrow is that we the first year went on sale, right? I'm not sure, I could be wrong, but I don't know if Waller or Carr's jersey was on sale before. They either got cut or they got it. I'm not sure after Waller got traded and Carr got cut. Um, but what I'm basically trying to say is that I wouldn't jump to a conclusion yet. I think it's more of a marketing deal because Renfro's that one player that at one point was a top receiver, and they're just trying to spark money out of it, and so that's what I'm more of a market. I don't. You did point out that uh calls on stuff like that. I personally believe like cut him or you're most likely draft him to be but like in this type of already I'm not sure what who is for. I would I think more market.
Is his mic cutting in and out?
Your mic is cutting in and out. It's kind of hard to hear you. Would you mind just we'll wait for you. Would you mind just hopping out of the stream and hopping back in? Maybe that'll clear stuff up.
I'm just gonna say, like, it's not uncommon for a player's jersey to go on sale. I mean, it's happened hundreds of times. And not only that, if they were gonna trade him right now, why did they bother bringing him back to camp right now? Then, like, wouldn't you not want him to know your playbook? Wouldn't you want him not know what's going on? And if a trade was brewing up to be done, I would think you would just keep him off the team because I don't see any point of bringing him here only to trade him off 2 days later. Like, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah, your volume's better, yeah. So, I mean, like I said on the last live, I think, like I said in the last live, I'm not going to say that Renfrow can't be traded or won't be traded. What I'd say is it's going to be for a positional player of need, 100%. Like, you're not just getting rid of him to get rid of him. You're going to trade him to get something in return. The value, something has to come back, not just the money. Like, that doesn't benefit us. I'd just be letting go of another player. So, like I said, unless it's somebody that has value in there or something of a reason, I just don't see it happening because I don't. In the past, in my life, in the past of watching players come to teams, anytime that a player was going to be traded before camp or anything, they sure in the fuck didn't bring him to camp. Like, and I've been watching football for a long time. Like, players get traded, high-profile players or so on. But I just think, like, if you're in the makings of trading Renfrow right this minute and there's some plan being worked up, I would think he doesn't come here. I think his ass stays where he's at and he gets shipped the second that plan that's being, made up wherever it's being made up at is done. Because I don't think you gain any value with him here. Like, he can get hurt, dude. Like, that's why I'm saying I just don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, that would be the number one reason why he wouldn't be. Is because of injury reasons. They got a trade in place, and this fucking guy shows up here to camp, gets injured. Oh, bye-bye to that trade. So for me, I'm gonna say no. Like, I've said it. I think Renfrow will be traded if it's a position of need, player of need. If it's money so we can get a player, but like, I just can't see him going out and being like, yep, we're going to get rid of you for no fucking reason. Like I've said, even with all the players on the board, it's hard to replace Renfrow. It doesn't matter if Myers plays in the slot. Numerous people play in the slot, and you have to have rotational players. And if you're just giving up your rotational player to go with a dude like Carter that is not proven in any way in route running, because that's what Renfro's proven in, is route running. Like I say, I in my personal opinion, I can't see them bringing him to camp, risking injury, and then trying to trade him right this second. Like, I think in my personal experience over the years of watching football, if a trade was brewing, his ass would be sitting. Like, straight up, till somebody either bid or bought that shit, Otherwise, the way I look at it is I don't think trade's brewing because he wouldn't be here in OTAs. It has zero purpose. Zero purpose. So if he's here in OTAs, it tells me that he's obviously coming here to try to get more familiar, play with the players, get under, with the quarterback. So, like I said, could he be traded? I'm not going to say he can. I've spoke on a hell of times. Easily could be traded, but it's going to have to be because of we need something. Like, I don't think they're just trading him off to get rid of him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, those are definitely some good points, Leslie. Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I would agree that, if they're going to, if they really want to trade him, and they're viewing him as an asset, they're going to want to protect that asset. And so common sense says that you don't want a guy out there being active, and as you said, risking injury. If you're trying to protect that asset, especially a guy who obviously is coming off a very turbulent, injury-laden year. So having said that, yeah, the fact that he's been back at OTAs even before this news dropped of the jersey sale, that would suggest that they're actually not going to trade him. As far as the playbook is concerned, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, because it's OTAs, my understanding was that the details of the playbook and an offensive scheme and whatnot are not that deeply or heavily gone over in OTAs, and so I don't think for that reason, him being at OTAs, they would be risking him knowing so much about the team, for him to just be back at OTAs. But I mean, obviously there's got to be something, right? There's got to be something that he would learn, that he would take away from
Josh rewrites his
OTAs.
plays every year. Josh rewrites his playbook every single year. I mean, Bill Belichick spoke on it numerous times, so I'm pretty sure he's there because he needs to know what's going on. Otherwise, he ain't going to be playing because there's about 4 other dudes at that spot that will be. I mean, at the end of the day, this is still a business, like this isn't just some game or some fucking hobby. Like, this is a fucking multi-billion-dollar fucking business. Like, this isn't just some fucking bullshit dudes wake up and they're like, yep, I'm gonna go play some football today, like, it doesn't work like that. This shit, dude, they're putting a lot of money invested. They have a lot of money in those fucking teams, dude. Renfrow has done nothing to say that he's a proven fucking player in any way, shape, or fucking form. So if he's going to be on that team, his ass better be there fucking getting ready to play this year. And if he chooses that he doesn't know the playbook by the time they get into camp, or that Josh doesn't think that he's gelling right because other dudes are, then bye-bye. But if they get to the real camp, dude, and he's fucking gelling pretty fucking good, and Tucker's having a little bit, or things like that, you bet your ass his ass staying here. Like, I've said it. How do you replace him? With the players on our team, if you're replacing him, would say like you're going to go with Sims on the outside receiver. So now you got 2 outside receivers, as in Jacoby. Well, you got more because if you kept Dorsett and then you kept Tucker, I mean, Josh has spoke on it. Ziegler spoke on it. Tucker is 100% going to be used in the number 2 wide receiver, 100%. So, like I said, you're going to start flooding over there with all those players. But on this side, you really only got 2 fucking dudes that have played that position and played at a high level. So, like I say, I just can't see them just moving on Renfrow if there's no reason to. I mean, you still have to have the player to replace them on the team. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there ain't a guy on that fucking team that's going to replace Renfrow right this second. So, I mean, if Myers goes to the slot, he's still an outside player too. Like, Renfrow isn't going out and be like, hey, I'm a number 2 wide receiver. Renfrow's like, hey, I'm a fucking slot receiver. So when one's playing inside and outside and altering with somebody, I don't know. I think that's a bigger deal than just taking away from that physical position. And then, like I said, I don't even know if Dorsett even plays in the slot. But Myers and Tucker do. So then if you had Myers and then Dorsett in the outside. Like we're gonna put one dude in multiple. Like I said, I can't see it happening for me. Like I said, you got to have a player to replace Renfrow on the line, especially if you're trying to be good. And then not only that, it's like I said, why would you do it unless you were getting a player or somebody that mattered? So either way, I've spoken 100 times.
Is it just me, or is that the wide receiver room to me feels like a thing we haven't seen in a minute? Like this is like I feel like I'm very confident in this wide receiver room. I feel like I wouldn't make a simple change. I feel like personally we're just
a move like that. A move like that, you look at our receiving room right now, it's pretty fucking good. But a move like that, man, that can deplete your fucking room real fast.
Changes everything.
Yeah, that can deplete it real fucking quick. One injury away from being just like last year. Like right now, you're actually looking good, depth-wise, player-wise, scheme-wise. Like you're looking good. So I don't know why you'd go jeopardize that.
Last year was a panic, and I know it was because just look at the way everything went with injuries and the replacements. They just didn't live up to any potential or anything. It didn't go as planned. What's it called? What was Renfrow's replacement? Keelan Cole, Butterfinger Cole.
Yeah, fucking no hands Cole for me, motherfucking guy. Fucking, if I was sitting here thinking like, if we were to go get like DeAndre Hopkins, or somebody that goes to the outside that forces Meyer, where it forces Meyer to the inside, then it's like, hey, adios, Renfrow. You see what I'm saying? Like, then you're solidifying positions. Like,
it has to.
Yeah, I'd say like you can't just go build a Madden roster and then fucking keep doing drag routes because nobody else knows how to play fucking Madden that you're playing against. Like, you can't do that type of shit. Like, you need to have fucking real players in those positions. That's why they have them to begin with. Like that's the thing I keep always trying to say is like you can't take away from those type of positions that have been key factors in the NFL for the last fucking 20 years, no, 50, 30, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how long slot receiver been around for a minute, but don't know how effective it has been to that point. But long story short is I just see like I said, I just don't think you'd want to weaken your team. I think by getting rid of them, you're weakening your team, in my opinion.
A schemed player at that.
Salute. Knows your system, and very good in it, dude, even when he wasn't. I get that he was injured or so on, but I just think like when he's that type of player in Josh's system, it's like I think Josh wants to give him a second chance. This is the thing people got to quit doing is like Renfrow had no affiliation Renfrow had no affiliation like Waller had. Like Waller got fucking cut, dude, or traded because I guarantee you, I bet anything I own was the fact that he fucking did not want the doctors to look at him and told them to fine him. They're like, listen, motherfucker, we just gave $51 million for you. What the fuck you mean fine you? You see what I'm saying? Like, that sounds like a fucking punk ass motherfucker that before, when he didn't have that money, you want to be telling me to fucking fine me. But now that we give you the fucking money, you're telling me fine me and you're not even playing. Like that's not good looks on players in your organization. I'm pretty sure Renfrow has never fucking looked at them and told them to fuck off, do some other, like, he ain't probably ever said no thing like that. So I don't see Josh having a vendetta or a personal fucking confliction with him, because otherwise, boy, I mean, Josh should just have fucking this deal with every person on the team. And again, like I said, none of them would want to be here. We'd see your trade requests happening all over the place. And here's two other things. What team has made an offer on Renfrow? Because I have yet to hear not even one. Not one team made an offer on him or Jacobs. So when people make those accusations about, well, there could be trades, or hey, there ain't even been one talked of. So unless somebody just fantasized up a fucking trade somewhere, we can count those out, because I have yet to hear any team even mention. People keep saying, Oh, the Saints. Yeah, I mean, fuck it. The Saints, dude, they're going to be in the debt like, fucking $100 million. I mean, again, do they even have 15 million plus to even sign Renfrow? Like,
They
that,
just
I
paid
don't get me
Jamal
wrong,
Williams.
they would probably try, but that's my point. Like, again, I get people are going to project players places because of where players are right now, but that's not the reality in the NFL. Like, the reality is another team's going to come out, see that they need his, need his type of play, and they're going to give him the money, and most likely he's going to end up over there. Like, at the end of the day, the NFL is a fucking business. I don't think Renfro's going to be like, oh fuck, let me go and take $3 million less than what the Bills would give me, and then again, what if the Chiefs were, or somebody of those, like, what if somebody else wants to pony up the money that has a good quarterback, where Renfro's like, well, hey, I can probably win shit with this guy, so I get it that they're friends, but I always say you got to put the business aspect in it. There's a lot of things that go behind all of that too,
I would personally disagree with you guys as far as, from a personnel standpoint. Obviously I'm not inside Josh or Ziegler's mind, but I could see how they might look at the situation as there's too many cooks right now as far as slot receiver. Now, obviously, Josh
but
likes
who
to
then?
use a lot.
Who's better than Renfrow on that team? Name them. I'd like to hear it.
Look, I mean, I'm not
because Carter is a
gonna
special teamer. Carter's a special teamer, and this is the thing. We can't talk about that. You just said literally that you would disagree because the personnel. I'm gonna say bullshit. What personnel players on the team are better than fucking Renfrow? Like, Carter is a special teams player. He has very few snaps in the NFL. Like, Sims can't take his fucking job. Yeah, are we disagreeing that Jacoby's a slot, but he's also a 2 and a 1. So it's not like he's just permanently there. Ziegler and them have said Tucker is not going to just play in the slot. He's made that clear. So I'm just wondering who the fuck is better than him that'll replace him. That's all I'm asking is who the hell is it?
Look, I'm not trying to, say who's better or who's not. We can argue about that, till we're both blue in the face. I'm just trying to get inside the mind, or I'm trying to view things from the perspective of Ziegler and Josh.
I'm pretty sure he's viewing it just like that. Same fucking way. I bet anything in any fucking money I got. Like, he ain't sitting there saying, I'm not trying to fucking worry about that. He wouldn't say that type of question. He'd be like, goddamn right, I know who's fucking better. I mean, there's not a fucking doubt about it.
I would say that, like, obviously, and
how the hell did he get the job? How did he even get a job in the NFL? Not even just here. How did he get one with Denver? How did he get it with New England if the motherfucker is not evaluating players? Like, how in the fuck did he get to that position if he didn't evaluate the players? He 100% evaluating those players.
I'm not saying he's not evaluating. I'm just saying that it's possible that he values the likes of Jacoby Myers and Trey Tucker more than the likes of Hunter Renfrow, and that would be consistent with the behavior of this regime up to this point. And that's, I'm not criticizing that necessarily. I'm just, basing what I think is likely to happen on the behavior of this regime up until this point. And especially because Renfrow is not, he's not a former Patriot, or B, a guy that this regime has drafted, and C, he has injury issues. I could see how maybe they look at the wide receiver room, and they, especially slot receiver, and they say it's rather deep. So it would make sense to trade him to help out another part of the team. We've been talking about how we're still a little concerned about the linebacker.
Again, I've said if DeAndre Hopkins is on the board, and you can go get a guy like Patrick fucking Peterson or somebody of him, he does not make the team better. DeAndre Hopkins makes the team better. He would make the offense a way more powerful offense. Dude, like Patrick Peterson getting fucking old Don't even know if he's going to produce. You don't know what he's going to do. Fuck, DeAndre Hopkins going to at least get in that red zone 10 fucking times. Like, you can probably guarantee that. Like, when we're talking about making teams better in production or getting rid of people to replace players, at the end of the day, it's about where's the team more better. It's not about replacing him and go get a player over here, because getting a player over there, it's going to take way more than one player. That defense is not one fucking player away from being fixed. You take away Renfrow from our offense, guess what? We're probably going backwards as of the moment. You add DeAndre Hopkins to the team, take him away, big difference. Like, you need to add somebody to the team before you're just going to replace them with some fucking practice squad motherfuckers that are 30 years old and ain't done shit in the NFL. And we're talking about a kid that ain't even played a snap, not one yet, ever in his fucking life in the NFL. And we're talking about him replacing a dude that's class dudes in the NFL for the last few years. I've always said, like, I don't think Renfrow's the greatest wide receiver, but I do believe he's one of the best route runners in all of football. Just like I've said about Emmanuel Sanders, don't think he's one of the greatest wide receivers, but yeah, he's one of the best route running fucking receivers out there. That shit matters, man. So I think, like, when people are like, yeah, we're just going to go replace them, that's one of Josh's most crucial spots in the whole entire NFL, like in the whole offense for him. And you got one of the best guys that do it. And you're just like, again, like I said, we can go till we're blue in the face on this subject, because I don't care. Like, I would love to know, like, what is matched up to this point that indicates, like, they're going to ship Renfrow. Derek Carr's contract had the cause in it before the season started. So you can't be using that as a fucking, oh, he ain't a New England player. He abided to the deal. He signed it. He knew what the fucking deal was. He didn't abide to it, and he didn't fucking own up, like, to the point. So he can't say, well, because he wasn't a fucking New England or this and that. That's it. So we can't use that as an excuse. We can't use Waller as a fucking excuse, because Waller fucked himself. He ain't played in 2 fucking years. He got signed. He was hurt. He told the fucking team to fuck off. So we can't use that. So I'm just wondering, if we're talking about just using shit about leading up, what is leading up to Renfrow being gone? Has there been a talk of it? Anybody Ziegler, has Josh, has any fucking person even indicated the talk outside of some fucking beat riding motherfucker or YouTubers on there? People anticipating the fucking pay. Like, that's what it's all about. People think because, oh, the money and where it's at. There's a lot of ways they can retain the money back without cutting him. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, we are not one player away on the defense. We are not. That's fucking facts. Like, we are not a player away. You go get rid of him, man, you can't replace him with the players on our fucking team. I'll tell you that right now. Jacoby can't play both spots at once. Either can Adams. Adams is a fucking slot receiver too. You can't play every fucking spot at one fucking time. Like, it doesn't matter if they're a fucking slot receiver or not and this and that in the system. Like, you still got to have the other players around. Adams, if Adams ain't in the 1, Jacoby going to be over there in the fucking 1. And if Adams ain't in the 1, he's in the 2, Jacoby going to be in the fucking 1, and he'll be in the 2. Renfrow going to be down in the fucking slot. Like, there's spots where you, like I said, I can give 2 fucks. I just don't. It is what it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, as far as the DeAndre Hopkins trade is concerned, or, I mean, excuse me, I guess now signing him because he's a free agent, but as far as picking him up, trading Renfrow would probably have to be a part of that, just for the sake of
who are we trading him to? Who are we trading that motherfucker to if we did that? I would love to hear this one. He don't even belong to a fucking team. Like, he ain't getting traded to DeAndre nowhere, because DeAndre Hopkins is not on a fucking team. So if you were getting DeAndre, you're shipping Renfrow somewhere to get the money. Like, that's what you're doing, right. $11.8 million, and then you're going to pony up probably another $8 fucking million on top of that. Like, DeAndre ain't coming here for probably under $20 million if we're even thinking about fucking getting him. So, like I said, DeAndre's not coming here cheap. And if we did it, like I said, I would not be against it. Even if fucking O'Connell as the fucking quarterback, because I think when you have that high power of receivers, like that's gonna be, I don't know, I think anybody could win with them, you know. But long story short, Jimmy could, Aiden could, I think anybody could. All I would say is at the end of the day, when we make these deals or not, it's like, look, I would be all for Patrick McQueen, right? If they want to trade off Renfrow for 23-year-old Patrick McQueen, I would do that trade in a fucking heartbeat, because I think that's a positional of need at the linebacker. It's a young player he's going to be here for a minute. But you got to remember too, he's probably going to demand $20 fucking million too, probably like 17 to $20 million. Like, but I would invest it there, because the thing about him and between him and DeAndre is like, I'd probably still go the DeAndre deal, but then it would be like the LeBron thing where you're just getting older players to fit what you need right here, right now. But when we're done in the next year or two, you have no depth going forward. Like, we'll be right back at not having nobody. So for me, I would probably still lean towards the Patrick deal, like I've been talking about the whole fucking time, because I do believe that there's a big difference when you're 23 and can be at the boss of that spot, which is a very critical spot. And he's got great run and great coverage. Like, so like something like that, I would do it. Otherwise, like I said, I want to do it. Who else are you going to do it for?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm obviously not part of those calls. I'm just saying that, like, you know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what transpires. But obviously, nothing is set in stone. So we'll have to see how the rest of the offseason progresses as far as Renfrow concerns. Sergio, is there anything you wanted to add? I know we haven't really been getting around the panel completely.
If I could say, like, with anything from, like, at first when I was hearing about it, like, the Renfrow jersey 25% off, like, to me, like, when it came to the Waller and Carr jerseys, like, they got really cheaper, and because it's June, like, now it's past June 1st, and it could happen or could not happen. It's, at this point, a speculation on what team he could be traded to, if he even is going to get traded. With me, personally, on if he did get traded or not, I'm just kind of done seeing him on the special teams, because he seems to be very injury prone whenever he's just on the field during special team plays.
Right.
And I trust that they're probably going to figure out what to do with the receiver room, either Renfrow's here or not, considering how much depth that they have for it, how much rotation they'll get for it, whether Renfrow is here or not. I would favor it if Renfrow stays, because I do feel like trading Renfrow wouldn't have as much ways to justify it compared to the Waller trade, personally, because on how much drama was happening before the Waller trade was happening between Waller and the regime. With Renfrow, though, Renfrow's just been mostly quiet. I mean, the most news we got out of Renfrow was that he was hunting big turkeys. I mean, that's the only news we ever got out of Renfrow. But from, like, is he going to get traded perspective, is teams want to know he's healthy, and he's not getting traded perspective is he wants to show the regime, like, hey, I'm healthy, I'm here, like, let's just do this. Like, because it seems like even the Raiders media has been, like, posting, like, they've been posting a bunch of pictures of him with Adams and the staff. So, I mean, one side has some good examples, the other side has some good examples. Personally, I don't know if he's going to be here or not, because just how confusing his situation is right now. Like, it's probably the most confusing for me, because I immediately thought, oh, he's going to get traded, and then the more I thought about it is, would it happen though? So I don't know if it would happen.
Yeah. I mean, another thing I wanted to add was that only 25% off. You know, that's not a huge discount. Maybe if it were like 50 to 75% off, then I think we'd really we should really start thinking that he's going to be dealt. But 25, I think as Eric mentioned earlier, it's just a promotional sort of thing.
Yeah, that's
So
another
yeah,
thing is where I feel like everyone, like, I think Vegas, if he's not getting traded, I think Vegas knew how the fan base acts, obviously. And they're like, hey, if we have these jerseys on 25%, they'll think he's going to get traded. They're going to want to buy his jerseys all the time. And then he's not going to get traded, and then we're going to go back with the full price. So that could be like one way that they're doing it, kind of like how Eric said, it's like a promotion thing, or just it's like kind of like a marketing move, basically, which I respect that on how they're doing that, but I feel hurt about it as a fan. But yeah, it's kind of what it would look like.
yeah. I mean, yeah. Obviously, nothing's set in stone. There's nothing guaranteed about a 25% off jersey sale. So, and we'll have to see. I mean, like I said, based on how this regime has behaved up until this point, I could see a trade. But others obviously think that it's just obviously there's no cause for panic or cause for concern that would happen. So yeah, I mean, we'll obviously just have to wait and see if anything does come to fruition as far as a Renfrow trade. So you just pop out. Let me get back. Cortez, was there anything you wanted to add to this topic?
Ship him out of here. Get rid of him. Send him with his crybaby friend right here. Get rid of him. Fuck it. Just get rid of him. Don't like the number 13 for reasons.
Okay, now you're just being full of crap, Cortez.
I don't like 13. Get rid of that.
I remember before this live, you were literally praising him.
Fuck no, get rid of him.
It wasn't even a week ago.
Cortez is a troll, bro. He's a straight fucking troll.
Million. The Saints have 14 million.
Hey, salute,
right now.
Jesse. Appreciate you, bro.
Hey, yeah. What has Renfrow done for the Lakers? Let's be honest. What has he done?
I can say,
ran into Devontae last year.
I mean, let's be real. Nobody's done shit for the Raiders.
He filled a wide receiver one spot that was absolutely trash.
I don't.
He kind of carried our offense.
He filled that wide receiver one spot when Waller was gone that year.
That was 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago. So, but I mean, like I said, I would.
He went to the playoffs.
That's in the future. Look towards the future. That's all negative shit. Just look towards the future and
that's all the negative.
Hey, for one. I mean, they're not just gonna shit on Renfrow. Like, there's not been one. There ain't been one deal that guy's done to even get that kind of talk. Like, this is what I'm talking about, Raider fans, right? There's no loyalty. There's no fucking loyalty, man. The guy has not done nothing to the team. He's done fucking nothing to the team. Motherfuckers are like, yep, fuck him. What the hell is going on? Like, there's no loyalty to players, the team. Like, what the fuck? It is crazy. I think that's the craziest shit ever because, again, he don't want to go anywhere. He ain't never even said a fucking word. Not even Ziegler or Josh has said it. It's just motherfucking people talking. Motherfuckers are like, yep, fuck him. Like, what the fuck, dude? Zero loyalty to your fucking players. Zero.
People, I can be honest, the only people that have talked about a Renfrow trade are content creators. That's a fact. I've never seen a single official scout.
It's 100% facts. It's 100% facts.
Look up in the chat and see that there may be a trade to Tennessee.
Who?
That was chat
for fucking the safety, the free safety over there.
This is people projecting.
Yep.
It's people fucking projecting, man. Ain't been fucking nothing talked on it. Fucking that's my point, dude. Like, people just spit on their fucking player for no reason. Motherfucking Renfrow has played the slot position at a very high level. Fuck for a while, so I don't know what the hell is going on.
I don't know, but
Like
I have a
he
feeling
ain't
that
no
they're gonna
slouch. He ain't no
they're
slouch,
gonna get
man.
rid of him next week. He's out of here.
You guys said he was gonna get rid of yesterday. Like every motherfucker that's been talking on Renfrow post June 1st. That means yesterday. Gonna be today. Is today the 2nd? Today's the 2nd? Yeah, so that'd be today. They should have had this shit on wrap already. They've been, what, they couldn't talk about a trade for 4 fucking months? So what the hell is holding it back? Like, that's what I'd like to fucking know. They didn't have to wait till today to have a trade or even talk it. There's no rules. There's no rules that say that.
Hey, that's true, John. That's true. Yep, with concussions.
Like, this is the thing I think is crazy as hell is that if they were gonna do a trade, that shit would have been in place already. Like they had months. They had months
with them yesterday.
I know he went out. Why is he having a conversation with Renfrow? He has zero say in the motherfucker. Renfrow's ass gonna get a fucking phone call just like a baseball player to the office. Here's your flight plans. They're picking you up.
Hey, do you know why I brought up the Gary Conley shit? Because that's how Gruden and them were treating him. Kept on going out there telling them, "Oh, how would it feel to be with your homies in New Orleans?" So he was fucking happy to get out of there. Yeah, Mo from Bleacher Report. Yep.
Cortez,
what?
Mo for Bleacher Report brought up the one for Tennessee Titans for the safety, free safety.
Yeah, but you just said that the reason that he left here.
No, I'm looking in the comments for.
I'm trying to wonder what the hell you just said that Mullins left here because John Gruden and them told him to go hang with his boys.
Conley, not Mullins. Mo is
or Conley, but where in the fuck would who talked to him?
Who?
Like that fucking guy ain't been on our team for a fucking minute, so I like to know who in the fuck even talked to him about go playing with his boys. Like he's on another team.
Gruden told them during warm-ups. He would always tell them during warm-ups, so he felt disrespected. So he's like,
I gotta be mind blown because unless I'm in a fucking time portal, Conley wasn't even on the motherfucking team. Well, he wasn't on the fucking Saints, so how in the fuck was he telling him go play with his boys on the Saints?
His boys are Latimer. Marcus Latimer played with them in New Orleans.
Are we still talking about Renfrow?
I have no fucking idea what the hell we're talking about.
I don't even know. I don't know who Chris Conley is.
I want to just go to another fucking.
Gary Conley.
Oh, a nobody. Got it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Let's just move on to the next topic.
Yeah. Why don't we put a bow on this one?
Get the hell out of here, though.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, obviously, no matter what side you stand on, as far as the Renfrow situation, we're all just gonna have to wait and see what transpires.
That's facts. If he gets traded, he gets traded. I mean,
if he doesn't, then watch Cortez pull a 180.
Fuck no, I'm still gonna get rid of my autographed jersey of his ass.
Oh, I bet. Hey, you got your Derek Carr jersey still? Yeah.
Fuck no.
Been saying to get rid of that motherfucker.
In the garbage.
No, you are lying. You are straight motherfucking lying.
It's in the garbage.
I bet. Let's go look at your closet. Hey, switch on your camera real quick. Turn on your camera real quick. Turn on the camera, go to the closet, open up the bullshit.
I'm on my phone.
Get your tab, get your fucking computer, turn on the fucking deal. No, don't bullshit me, motherfucker.
Accidentally dead.
This guy got every excuse. You see how fast he comes up with excuses like my woman does, dude. Like, motherfucker, as fast as I can say, this fucker was like, yep, it's dead, don't work. Ain't there, broken.
The woman
Lens don't even turn on anymore. Fucking, where's your DC helmet? Show me the helmet. Can I see the helmet?
Well, which one?
I just want to see the DC helmet with Ziegler's autograph on it real quick.
Yeah, that shit ain't going nowhere.
Come on, that's a Derek Carr helmet.
All right, guys. We got the
Go new
message.
topic.
Let's move to
You
the
may
next
Let's go
topic.
to a new topic.
Okay, so like I said, no matter where you stand, we're gonna have to wait and see. There's not necessarily a cause for panic, but it's something to monitor
Oh,
as we
isn't
move
my favorite
through the
picture
offseason.
NorCal? It's him crying. That's why I bring it up all the damn time.
Hey, that's facts, Jesse. He got car, everything, LeBron, everything. This guy, he says he
Hey,
don't like. I don't even got a car picture
You
like
know a
that.
hater is still a fan.
Facts.
Hey,
Okay,
hey,
so
hey, what about
moving
this
moving
one?
on.
You know, that's a great fucking point. I'm gonna make a
That's the
logo
best
for that.
receiver in the league.
Yep.
Still playing.
Copyright me. That's my copyright.
Hey, right when Cortez starts talking, I'll put this one up. Says hater's still not a, or hater is still a fan, and then it'll just be my logo right there.
Hey,
Fucking.
hey, hey, fucking Henry Ruggs is gonna come back and play for the Raiders.
Okay, let's move on to the next topic.
Oh my God! Get the fuck! What is that? Turn on your camera. What are you doing?
The Henry, like seriously, like the Henry Ruggs thing. It's not funny. It's not.
This fucking guy over here, he ain't gonna come back to this fucking team or any other team probably ever in his life.
What's the next topic?
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So the next topic is it's your topic, Ray. If you want to get us started on Tom Brady announcing that he certainly will not be. He's played his last down of football. He made that clear on an interview with SI. Sergio apparently is calling BS. So yeah, so why don't Ray? Why don't you get us started on your thoughts? Do you think it's true, or do you think we might see Tom Brady in some sort of NFL uniform at some point in time?
As much as people, believe, like, for one, even like the year before when he came out and said, "I'm done playing football, this is it," then unretires, and then now he's retired again. I personally believe he's hanging it up. Just after that performance in the wild card, you could just see that. People want to put blame on the coach, but I'm also putting blame on Brady. Just the way the whole team's played that whole season, it was just ridiculous. And to me, here's the thing: if Jimmy G isn't the quarterback next year, I honestly, I'm not gonna call a panic button, but it's gonna look really shitty. Like, I mean, people put a lot of speculation on Aiden O'Connell, but kind of like how Dustin pointed out with Trey Tucker and Carter, they're all like new players that were never even like a starter or anything like that. They were like, Carter was a special teamer. Trey Tucker hasn't even touched the grass on the field, and
Sims is a fucking backup, dude. Fucking Dorsett, probably the closest receiver to playing as a 3 to 4.
Closest to any, yeah.
Yeah, and everybody else that's on that depth is all fucking either special teams not played or fucking had a few plays here and there. Nobody has anywhere it's like, yep, this dude played all fucking year. He got a fucking 800 yards, 5 touchdowns, or even 600 fucking yards in that. These motherfuckers are dudes that got 200-300 yards, fucking 2-3 touchdowns in 17 games. You know what I mean? Like, you can't just look past that shit. Like, we ain't trying to go employ Matt Collins every fucking year. Don't you think we would have kept him? You know, so that's all I say.
That's
is
the
like,
thing, though. We're able to replace Matt Collins. It's not like we're losing a huge factor from him. He literally stepped up at a point where, like, he was just the injury replacement, somehow had a good year at his career best. And so
not just his career best, like he had around 700 yards. If you take away that season, that's how much he's had his entire career in total before that season. So that's why anyone that was like big on Hollins, I'm like, listen.
And people aren't flawed by McDaniel's fucking system, dude.
Like, I mean, yeah, that's a good point. That just shows, like, he just made a random special teamer play like a wide receiver too.
They just like what Derek Carr does every year.
But no, back to being on this though. What I'm basically trying to say is that, as much as the Brady situation, I personally don't see. I think he's being for real this time. As much as we want him. As people want him to be the quarterback and stuff like that, not putting faith in Jimmy or what the future is, I personally believe that it's gonna come down to what's gonna happen with Jimmy and this other shit. I don't know. The Brady speculation needs to like die immediately. Like that shit's not happening, in my opinion, personally. Just off of age and just like you can just tell, like he came out and said, like, dude, I'm tired of this media trying to put this narrative that I'm gonna be back next year and this other shit. He's like, no, dude. That was one of the reasons everyone's like, oh, Brady would be the key free agent of this offseason. Next thing you know, boom, fucking retires. Because he knows he doesn't want to come back next year. He's done. He's fucking done.
Yeah, it's just with me, it's like I now have a very big trust issue with Brady's words because how he like
I think
you
anybody
retire and then like you just randomly come back.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, like, because like a big reason to me why I said like it wouldn't make sense if he was our quarterback because what's going on with his personal life, and if it's like really official that like he's not playing and stuff, like good to him, good decision for him, focusing on his family, focusing on other lifestyles than football, even though that's all that's in his head. And if for me with the Jimmy G situation, I think this is probably in Jimmy G's career if he really wants to play a full season or
do or die for him.
I feel like for this is the first time I've ever seen Jimmy G actually want to prove something, because you don't take a contract where if you get injured at any point, of the season, your money, we can cut you. And not only that, he relinquished the rights to sue the team if they decide to cut him randomly midway through the season. But that's only if he gets injured again.
That's the thing, Sergio. That's the thing.
Hey guys, look at my new profile.
So that's like showing that Jimmy G really wants to prove something.
This is it for him.
And this is probably the most pressure that he's ever faced in his career. Because I think he's been cool like the entire time with it. Like he didn't care he's getting replaced in the Niners stuff. I mean, he was cool with it. But now I think with how much the media has like crapped on him basically, and how now he's in the Raiders fan base and we're really good crapping on our own players.
Shit. It's more of a pressure thing on us too as fans too, because it's like, if Jimmy's not the quarterback, are we really putting all trust in Aiden?
Yeah, but dude,
I mean,
look, listen. Josh has even said.
Not only
Josh
that,
said out of his own mouth that unless something has drastically changed, that hasn't, Jimmy gonna be ready for camp.
I'm not talking about off season, Dustin.
Like that's the thing is like how in the hell is it like this fucking guy
of June?
I'm not talking about off season. I'm talking about regular season.
What do you mean? Like, what do you think he's just gonna get hurt? But in the off season?
I'm not saying I didn't say off season. I said regular season.
He's gonna be healthy by regular season.
I'm saying if he gets injured, like that's where the pressure is. If he gets injured at any point during the regular season,
I don't think it's any pressure. They're just gonna fire him and go to O'Connell. I mean, that's why they
pressure is that he's not gonna get any money. Like imagine you play 8 games and you randomly don't get paid.
They can't do that. He has to be paid every single game. So if they're not gonna pay him, see, this is the kind of shit. This is the kind of shit where I just think it's crazy. Yeah, the games that the motherfucker is not played yet, then they probably don't have to pay him out of the $23 million that's fully guaranteed. If that motherfucker plays it down in the NFL and plays for that game, he is getting paid that fucking game. 100%. 100%.
They get paid.
Yeah, he ain't not getting paid. You guys need to go read that shit, dude. That's fully guaranteed money. I guarantee it. The fucking guy plays a snap down in the game, he's getting paid 100%.
Yep.
Don't give a fuck. They can't fucking do that. They can't go in there. They would do that with every player. You can't do that type of shit. And there's probably rules against those type of shit. I think you guys are misunderstanding the fucking cause in the contract. I guarantee you it's about the fully guaranteed fucking money. I'll guarantee anything on it. Can't fucking take a guy's paycheck when he's already played the game. Can't do that. Fucking walk out, be like, yeah, after you played fucking 10 games, we want all your money back. No. Fucking guy played those games.
Well, then why would he relinquish the rights to sue?
Maybe the injury. Rights of suing don't have shit to do with them owing him money. The NFL has laws. Like, they have rules and laws, dude. You know, fucking GM go over there and change the NFL rules. If the player plays that game, he's entitled to his pay, period. If they got $23 million out there and they got $23 million in fully guarantees and he plays 3 fucking games and he gets injured, they can probably cut him and not have to pay the guarantees. I guarantee that's exactly what they're talking about. Fucking go out there and be like, yep, you played, sorry, ain't gonna give you your fucking money. No, don't work like that. Doesn't fucking work like that. You know, fuck, dude, if I brought a guy to my work, fucking made that motherfucker come out here all day and work and didn't pay him, guess where I'm going? I'm be up in the courtroom here real quick. You know what I mean? Like, no, hell no. It doesn't work like that. Fucking, I know for a fact it's the guaranteed money.
As far as like the Brady thing goes, first and foremost, I would agree with Ray. I would say that right now, you know, I tend to trust Brady. I believe what he's saying for now, just because of what I would do in that situation. You know, I would, you know, given the huge contract that he's being offered from Fox. You know, I don't see
that
any reason
shit down. That's huge, dude.
Yeah, and he said in the interview to begin with, the reason that he's not doing it, he said, the reason that I'm not going to be playing in the NFL is because I cannot commit to a team like that. It's exactly what he said. And to committing to a team and not giving it, he said he ain't never done it once in his career and he ain't going to do it now. It's exactly what he said. His days of playing football are over. Would he love to? Would he love to suit back up and go play? Hell yeah, he would. But just like he said, at the point in his life right now, he can't commit to it. He can't do it, nor is he. So you can count on fucking one finger. He is not coming back. 100%.
A lot of that
fool's done.
All of that has to start with free agency. Everyone talked about him being the top.
Yeah, he said, I love.
Retires.
You know, he said it out of his own mouth in this interview. He said that, hey, I love when I'm the center of attention. I love when people go out and fucking put my name out there, but it's time to put it to rest. That's exactly what he said. Like, fucking people need to watch these fucking videos, because this guy literally just said all these things on his deal. He is done playing. He is not fucking coming back whatsoever. It ain't if Josh asses him. It ain't if Mark asses. He is fucking done. So,
hey, Dustin.
Yeah.
The real number 4 is right there.
Here we go.
Listen, are we on the topic or no? Stay on the topic or don't. Like, I don't give a fuck about any dude. Carr wore the number 4. He's Raider fucking period. Done. O'Connell ain't made no fucking snap. Ain't even played in the motherfucking NFL. He borrowing that jersey. Until he surpasses 32,000 fucking yards, he's renting that fucking jersey. And that's facts. So he can go fucking wear it. He can put it on. He can put it in his locker and stare at it every fucking day. Till he fucking beats at Derek's numbers, he ain't any fucking thing, period. So good luck for him.
Number 4 to be a backup.
And again, to stay on the topic of Brady, like I said, Brady's done. He's going to be an owner in our deal. He's going to go to fucking Fox, like I said, do it for the next 10 years, because that's smart business. He's 45 years old. He'll be 56 years old when he's done, with 400 more million on top of all his businesses with the fucking gyms and his fucking tag and his brand and everything like that. And like I said, don't be surprised if he makes the transition to own the Raiders, because that's what makes sense. You know, like fucking Brady's already said, he is not fucking playing football, and no, there is nothing that's going to bring him back. Just like I said, nothing's going to bring him back. He's done.
Well, I mean, I would also say, to Sergio's point, you know, just because it's Tom Brady, we never really know. You know, maybe if, like you say...
Well, you know, if you listen to his fucking interview, you'd know that.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, it feels like he's the kind of guy who, especially when it comes to this stuff, you know, you can trust him as far as you can throw him.
Well, he threw it pretty short, and he's done.
Okay. All right. Well,
like he said, there's nothing. I'm just wondering how you guys put words in his mouth, dude. Like, I need to know now. I just need to know now, since he's already made it fucking public, talked about it for about 40 minutes in the fucking podcast. I would love to know now what implies that. Like, I would just like to know. He said, I am not coming back. I am not dedicated to any fucking team. I'm not even in shape to play any team, let alone will I play on any team, not being in shape, let alone dedicated to that team. Like at the end of the day, Brady ain't going to play because he's not physically in shape. He didn't train in the offseason this year. It's the first time in 20 some odd years he did not train. Brady does not take the time off and come back to the team. I spoke about this even in the last live we just did. I said, wouldn't it make more sense if Brady was coming back to come back before they did the draft and free agency? Like, that would have made fucking sense. He would have got to pick the dudes and bring the players he wants. Why would he come now with no money and the way the roster's set already? This fucking team ain't set to go. It ain't better than fucking Tampa Bay. No way, no how. I keep saying this the whole fucking time. Like, people just think like this dude's like he owes us something or owes Josh or he don't owe anybody anything. Like he's already said straight up, dude, like his personal reasons. And then you guys will say like, well, I just don't. He already made it clear as fuck, dude. Like, he is not fucking coming back. He's taking the fucking job next year. He's going to buy in the fucking deal. They've already said the votes have already been called for him being an owner. So they've already called on the 24 votes that he needs. Like, he's done, man. He's done. And we can sit here on high hopes and hope because it's a talking conversation. I get that point. Like, I 100% get that point. If they're going to talk on it just to get clicks and views and fucking have a conversation, great. But we ain't doing that shit here. Like, no way, no how. Motherfucker said it on his deal, and until otherwise, that's what it is. Like, other people are putting words in his fucking mouth now. Like, what, he's a robot and you're the fucking puppet master? Like, it doesn't work like that, dude. Like, he's 45, 46 years old. He's already said he ain't tied to any fucking organization whatsoever. He even said he could have went to better teams. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's the thing. He could probably go on the Niners right now. Probably suit up right for the Niners right this second. Have way better offense, defense assembled in there. Well, just probably way more continuity for sure. And he's picking the Raiders. I've said, like, there were 10 other teams he could have went to, man, that he could have been way better. Like, it is what it is. We can talk on it to talk for it, but we all know he is not coming back, dude. This fucking guy is done, dude. Like, he literally said, like, time for the next chapter in his life. I'm pretty sure when you start saying shit like that, like, you're not going to suit back up. And what did he say in that interview? He said, I'd love to put the fucking pads on. Sure, I'd love to fucking go out there and throw the ball. I'm not in the condition, shape, or right set of mind to even do that for any organization. That's exactly what he said. I don't see that changing by next month. Like, if Jimmy ain't here, just buckle the fuck up. We're taking our rookie, and that's how the fuck it's gonna be. It makes zero sense to play. It makes zero sense to play Hoyer. Hoyer is just a backup quarterback, dude. If you play him, you're tanking. So why wouldn't you just play O'Connell and see what the fuck he is? Like, that's why I say that. Say again.
Wait, but who said Hoyer?
I just say Hoyer. My point is like Hoyer ain't gonna be playing. That's my point.
Okay.
It's gonna be one of those two players. It doesn't make sense to go trade for no other player. Jameson Winston don't know the system, nor does any motherfucker in there. And there's probably one guy in that whole deal, and probably two, but one ain't coming here for sure because I'm pretty sure they're not giving Mac Jones over here. But the only other guy I can see that would probably grasp onto the offense right away would be Matt Ryan, just because he's been in, fucking 50 different fucking playbooks. And I'm sure, we ain't getting Matt Ryan. So, like I said, I think that's my point. That's my point. When you talk logical football, when you're looking at where the fucking players are and who the fuck is on these boards, Winston ain't never even played in this style of offense, period. Would he be a good player? Yeah, but again, if they didn't want Carr, what makes you think they need a guy that can throw the ball 80 yards downfield? Like, I don't think that's what they want. They want a guy that can dink and dive Josh McDaniels' offense, just like Brady's been doing his whole career. And again, that's the other thing. Like, don't you think Brady would have been like, fuck yeah, I'm come back and play in Josh's offense? Like, why would he have any reason to tell people no? Or I'm retiring. He don't have any reason. There's zero reason. We literally go live in 100 days. Well, less now. We're probably like 95, 96. Why would he say that shit? Like, it doesn't make sense. What, you gonna wait till the last fucking minute? Ain't played in the whole entire year, just think you're gonna suit up? Motherfuckers want that? Like, get the hell out of here. This is my point, man. We're not even talking real football no more. We're just talking motherfucking people's names, dude. We forget the process. We forget that they need to go and fucking play with motherfuckers. We forget that he ain't even been in Josh's shit for 3-4 fucking years. Like, it ain't just like, yeah, believe me, I think he can probably come back easy as anybody. But again, there's still time. I've said, if people pay attention, Bill Belichick said this 100 times. Josh redoes his playbook every year. So, yeah, well, there'll be some plays in there from last year. Yeah, but there's going to be a lot of new shit in there this year, too. Like, you can't just take away the element of football. Like, you can't do that. You can't say, yep, we're going to play football, but we're not going to have any element to it. Like, it doesn't work like that, man. It does not work like that. The elements of football work because of the fact that it all takes the consistency of where players are and what they do to get there. Like, that's what works. So, like I said, I don't think Brady coming back. I mean, the motherfucking guy comes back. I mean, we ain't getting him. I don't know who the hell's gonna get him, but I don't think we get him.
Well, as far as, you know, the quarterback of the future, because, yeah, I mean, Brady, at least as far as this year is concerned, is probably not going to suit up for various reasons. I personally, and I think a lot of us are in this camp already of, you know, Aiden O'Connell, right? I mean, Josh McDaniels might not be anxious about Jimmy.
For how much he's been praised for during the OTAs, and I mean, I never, like we talked about earlier, I think it was right before the live even started, McDaniels gave like a Grinch smile. That's the first time I've seen this dude smile, and it was probably the creepiest smile I've ever seen in my life.
Ear to ear, dude. Ear to ear.
And when they were asking him about Jimmy G, about O'Connell, the dude was like, you guys are probably anxious, but I'm not. Like, I'm not. And then some people are thinking like, well, he's lying. I'm like, I don't know if he's lying, because you only smile like that if you know something.
I mean, the second that O'Connell's name was mentioned, he geeked himself.
Like, I never seen a coach laugh at a question like that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that fool geeked himself massively. And then, like I keep saying, like he said, unless you guys know something I don't fucking know, like, he's gonna be here by camp. Like, those are the things, dude. Like, if Jimmy ain't there, I don't think he's or has any problem. I mean, he literally said that he doesn't have any weight on his shoulders, anything like that. And I said a lot of that has to do with Tom Brady fucking gonna be signing as an owner, dude. Like, he's not gonna have to sit here and act like he needs to put this team together this year. He's going to start putting the team together this year, and then where it builds in the next few years, they'll go from there. But like I said, at the end of the day, when Mark's going to go and try to get rid of him, look, I think Brady would fire him if they weren't doing what they're doing. But if they go in the next year or two and rebuild this team like they did this year and become competitive, and then over the next 2 years, they're building boom, 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 like, where's Josh going? He ain't going to go anywhere. And it's like, even if you listen to Graham's detail this year, well, you can see all you guys been saying the whole time. Josh is the head coach. He should fucking have his insight on both deals, this, that, the other. What did Graham say? If you guys paid attention to his fucking interview, he said Josh got attention to detail in that defense this year. So not only is Josh coaching the offense, motherfucker coaching the defense fucking too. And he said he's more patient and more fucking attention to detail than anything. And that's what Graham said that he needed to do, was focus in more on it like that. And that's all I say is like, people keep saying all this shit about Josh and how the team, and that fucking guy over there doing it right this minute. So, I mean, like I say, I think fucking like I say, I think fucking our players, our team, our whole deal is going to be pretty good this year. I just think we got to get there because otherwise it's just talk. That's all it is.
Yeah, and I mean, the big reason why I want O'Connell. I want, I'm really got. I have my sights set on him. Is Josh McDaniels might not be anxious or anything like that. He might feel secure in the whole Jimmy G situation. I still don't, and frankly, I've already experienced burnout with Jimmy G. Like I was already on the fence about it. I didn't love the move. And now there's all this stuff comes out about him, and then on top of that, if they do end up cutting him, all the other options available as far as free agents or even guys that are that are on the team already, like Brian Hoyer. I mean, none of these guys, I can't see how any of these guys rolling the dice on them and just using up more cap would make any more sense than to just throw Aiden O'Connell out there. He's young, he's healthy, he's definitely had his moments in college. I don't see why, especially if this guy is supposed to be the quarterback of the future and he's supposed to be this, great scheme fit for the team. I don't see why you don't just go with that guy. I mean, maybe they'll continue to roll the dice on Jimmy G throughout the rest of the offseason and into, the regular season.
I mean, there ain't nothing that's popped up that they didn't know. Like Josh made that clear. Like there is nothing that's happened to Jimmy that they did not fucking know. Like that's why I say when all the shit coming over to him, what do we even mean by that? Like they knew he broke his foot. Everybody watched it on TV. Like everybody knew where Jimmy was at. We knew where he was at when we signed him. Like they even paused the signing to make sure that they were able to change it to make sure that he is getting that shit done. Like they know exactly where that fool is at. They know exactly what he is doing. Like that's the things. They're not. These ain't things that just magically popped up today or yesterday. Like they literally postponed the interview so they can make sure that shit was in the contract. So like this, it's very important that we say this shit because we don't need another fucking Derek Carr bullshit where dudes are like, oh, nobody said that this was there. Like they fucking know damn well that shit was there. That's why that shit was postponed. So it ain't nothing that's just fucking popped up new news. This news been brought up since the day they looked at him. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and even if that's the case,
it ain't the case. It is the case. His shit didn't heal. How would it not be? All right, either way, whatever. Not even do this.
Look, all I'm saying is, even if they know everything about Jimmy G and his injury status, I still think that, the most likely outcome is he's going to get injured at some point in this season, in which case O'Connell is probably going to come in relief unless, they're really, worried about him throwing him into the deep end of the pool too early and they play, Chase Garbers or Brian Hoyer over him. But I just, I look at the fact that, all of a sudden this report came out about Jimmy G's, status and, everything that's come out about it recently. And I've already experienced burnout with Jimmy G. Like, I want
yeah, because you guys listen. The reason you guys experience burnout is because you're listening to some think-ass motherfucking YouTubers putting out motherfucking videos. Those guys are not fucking doctors. They're not motherfucking NFL GMs. They're not coaches. They're not recruiters. They're not anybody. Like, that's the shit. How are we experiencing burnout? It's because of that shit right there. The Raiders ain't brought shit up about it. So where the fuck is the burnout come from? It's social fucking media. People putting out fake ass shit. Like, that's the thing. Like, we discredit motherfuckers and discredit that now they don't know what they're signing. Like, dude, we have labeled our team as fucking straight bullies, fucking punks, fucking bullies in the locker room to fucking individual players. Now we don't know what we're fucking scouting or fucking bringing in. Like, what the fuck is going on here, dude? Like, listen, for one, they knew Jimmy broke his foot because everybody seen it on national motherfucking TV. Everybody fucking knew. So there's no way we're implying like these motherfuckers didn't know when they went to sign them and give them 20 million fucking plus. Like, what the fuck did they do? Were they just blind? Here's the paper. No, motherfucking didn't even get to sign it because he didn't even pass the physical. So like sitting here saying like they already knew it. They had the surgery done themselves. They wrote it in the contract themselves. Like they fucking know what the fuck they're doing. Like we're fucking implying like motherfucking dudes in YouTube have a better concept than the motherfuckers running the team. If they got such a big concept, why the fuck ain't they hired by any team? Why in the fuck ain't they carrying water to the motherfucking players on the field? They ain't got no fucking insight. They got a fucking talking reference when they Google shit and go look it up and read posts. That's fucking easy. Go scout it, go do it, recruit it. They don't have that shit. They gotta visually see it. Fucking act like these motherfuckers don't know it. Like they just have some fucking kids in kindergarten running our fucking team. Ziegler's made some of the best fucking contracts on this team, smoking down by a mile. We're gonna hold him to one. Chandler's. Yep, negates his whole entire shit. Ain't no good fucking guy. Like, this is getting ridiculous as fuck, dude. Fucking guys don't know what the fuck they're doing. This is insane. Fucking dudes reconstructed the whole entire roster under a fucking $200 million cap, dude. Fucking giving up fucking contracts, made them better, got players in depth, fucking draft. Fuck, guys don't know shit. This is a fucking joke. It's a joke.
All right, let's move on to the next topic. So, let's see, Sergio, we haven't gotten one of yours. Yeah, Sergio, why don't you? No, this is actually, yeah. Why don't we go ahead with your topic, Sergio, on the Josh Jacobs situation? You know, whose side is he on, or what the contract situation?
Yeah, with this is so many, like, obviously now many people have been seeing that Jacobs has now began to give more and more of a voice, and it's kind of what I've been saying for the many past lives now, is the NFL, like, the NFL just really kind of just don't care about running backs anymore like they used to. And I forgot who it was. I think it was Jamal Williams. I don't know. I don't think it was him. That was talking about how he named like a bunch of running backs, a bunch of like top running backs from like present to past, and was talking about how like the NFL just doesn't care about running backs anymore, or like how they don't respect the players. And then Jacobs was like telling people like, yeah, like no one respects me and stuff. And now it's got to the point where there's two sides to this in a fan base perspective, where are you like on Josh Jacobs' side, or are you just on the regime side? Me personally, I'm on the regime side, just because if it's what makes the team successful, not getting rid of Jacobs, but going with what the times are, and that's how running backs are paid now and how running backs are used now, compared to how back then you give them like a lot of money, or you use them until they're just no longer like, until they just can't play anymore, until they're injured to the point that they can't play. Basically what I'm trying to get at here with this topic is basically like now obviously Josh Jacobs is like, I think he's making his voice heard now, that and not that it matters or not, because he's not the one in charge, is like whose side are we on, like whose side whose side is right, like in this situation? Is Jacobs right where he's talking about like, hey, you guys are disrespecting me despite the production I put for the team? Or is it like the regime is right, like, hey man, we're not going to give you more than 10 million, or if they are giving him a contract, we're not giving you more than 11 million, or whatever Saquon's asking more than 20 million. Like, to me personally, I think the regime is right on that because, like I said earlier, just like how everything is nowadays, especially how contracts like the Saquon contract didn't work out. Kind of only the Derrick Henry contract worked out because he was capable of being force fed the ball that much.
Right.
A lot of other running backs, though,
Derrick Henry.
like whenever they were given the big contract, they just either their production just fell off or their mind just wasn't on. Yeah, I'm gonna put on like a big year, even though they're not, mostly because contract year.
Right.
I mean, if he's so good and he believes in himself so highly, why doesn't he just take the 11 million and then go play for that deal? Like, everybody knows he's not going to get the yardage. So if he thinks he's so good, why doesn't he just go take the $11 million, go out, bust ass next year, get his 15, 20 million? Nobody's going to argue the point. Nobody's going to argue the point if he goes out and pops off 2,000 fucking yards with the loaded team. No one's going to argue that. But you know what? Every guy in the NFL is thinking, and every single owner, and that's why Saquon or nobody's getting those contracts, because they know it ain't going to happen. They know that the odds of that happening is slim to zip. And fucking one or few players do that repetitively, but look at the fucking team. I mean, let's be real. Tannehill's garbage as fuck. Like, why do you think he gets that fucking 2,000 yards? Fucking Henry gonna get 250 a game.
Well, that's
like,
why
fucking Josh ain't getting no 250 a game.
Derrick Henry, it worked.
Yeah,
it worked out
Josh
with him. His contract was he was capable of enduring the pain and not really getting injured until recently. Now, because of that, the Titans want to trade for him, want to trade him out, or they were hoping to get rid of him. So
yeah, they want to trade him because they know that contract's going to catch up, and the player's age is going to come catching up too.
Because now Henry's body can no longer take it, which I'm very surprised how long he was able to take it. And that kind of like it's why I keep saying like Tony Pollard was forced to sign the tag. Saquon has not been given a contract. Jacobs has not been given a contract. Jamal has been given a really cheap contract. Swift got traded. I'm trying to think of someone else, but yeah.
Ezekiel has been fucking cut.
Like, yeah, like that's been basically what's happening. And Jacobs right now is kind of causing fans to really, from what I've seen, fans are now getting not tired of the regime. They're now getting tired of Jacobs because they're like, they're not going to give you the contract. They're not going to give you whatever Saquon's asking. Like, just sign the deal, and if you don't want to be on the team, then try to get traded. But no one's going to want to pay you that much money nowadays.
And I think Jacobs' whole goal is to sign that deal. Like, I strongly believe that's been his whole intention the whole entire time. I mean, his intention showed that he's just doing the exact same thing he did last year. And that's why I say, like, if we watch logic football and watch logic shit, like, that's exactly what's going to happen. And then what happens when it happens? Then what happens to that whole fucking narrative? Everybody talks and comes up with all this bullshit when everybody knows. Ziegler said it. Like, Ziegler straight said he is not getting a new contract this year. Then, but motherfuckers are still implying like he's gonna get it. He's getting fucking new contract. And then again, not one team is offered a trade for him. So where the fuck is this guy going? Like, we gotta be talking real football at some point. Like, we gotta talk real shit at some point. Like, for real. Like, you can answer all the questions because they've already been answered. Motherfucking shit's already happened. Like, that's what I think is just crazy. Like, we're just negating everything that's already said. It is not going to fucking happen.
Well, that's why I was saying, like, it's building up. Like, what I mean is building up is
motherfucking guys are saying is that Jacobs or the Raiders. Get the fuck out of here.
Obvious what's happening is
fucking goddamn these guys.
It's basically just Jacobs just deal with it or just don't play.
I think he's dealt with it, dude. Like, that's the thing. Where is he not? Where is he said he has it?
Has he signed the tag though?
It's a non-exclusive tag. Yes, till July 17th, dude, and he's training somewhere else. It's not like he has to come here and sign. Like if he signs, he's obligated to go to camp. If he don't sign, he ain't obligated to shit.
I am just saying though that he's been the most open on how he doesn't like his situation, and like I also said, it doesn't matter because he's not in charge. But
I mean, I said the second that he fucking bought out the jersey, you can just chalk that shit up instantly. We shouldn't even be talking about Jacobs anymore. The second he bought out that jersey, you already know where he's staying. You can't buy out a jersey for another team. It doesn't work like that. He bought the jersey for the motherfucking Vegas Raiders. That tells you right then and there. It doesn't matter if he gets a contract or signs the contract, he's playing, regardless. Like, that's the thing people are not taking into consideration. Jacobs already made big moves to tell people he already going to be here. Now, they can express their feelings. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just like people taking and putting words and twisting them around in Devontae's fucking deal. Just like you said, there ain't nothing wrong with disagreeing or not seeing the same thing. A lot of my friends included do the same thing. So to sit there and just be like, oh, well, they don't see it this way or they don't, hey, business. They're not fucking friends. Like, people need to quit thinking that shit. It's not no fucking friendship here. It's a fucking business. I'm paying you fucking umpteen millions of dollars. Go do your fucking job. You don't want to do it? Oh, fucking well. Sit the fuck on the bench. There ain't nothing you're going to fucking tell me. I'm the boss. I'm the one that runs this bitch. There's two options. Either play or sit. Which one you feeling like doing this year? Then. I said this months ago. Ziegler checkmated that motherfucker. I said this months ago. He checkmated that motherfucker bigger than fuck, dude. There's no way he gets out of it. He can't demand trade. He can't do anything. He in his 5th year option. And they still own the right, and they own it for 2 years. So guess what? He wants to play some fucking games. Guess what? They can sit him on the bench for the rest of his career. And that's facts. So he couldn't even leave here. So if they wanted to just be dicks, he couldn't even leave here. Not just this year, next year. So it'd be 2025. 2025 would be the first time Josh can literally walk off this team and not Ziegler or anybody can do anything to him. Like I said, Ziegler checkmated that motherfucker a long time ago, and Josh knows it. That's why he has no ground. That's why they're not going to sign. He's going to play that game. But mark it. Bet $1,000 right here, right now, that July 17th comes, Josh signs that fucking tag. He is not sitting on the bench, and unless the fucking what's his name? I mean, I don't think he wants to be traded. I don't think he wants to go anywhere. He wouldn't have bought the jersey if that was the case. He wouldn't have spent fucking, $4 million. Why do you spend $4 million, dude? You don't even make that. He spent $4 million because he's gonna get that and he's gonna play. And I've said $11 million is better than what he's been having the whole entire time he's played. And again, if he just goes till next year and does what he thinks he can do, he's going to get fucking 12 to 15 million. They're just not going to give it to him on one. They're not going to have a Waller contract on him again. Like, you can mark that. Especially at that position. Like, that's a fucking massive deal, especially like you said a second ago of how many players have faltered, how many people have been injured. Like, I mean, Ezekiel and fucking Freeman. I mean, you can look at fucking Gurley. I mean, you got all kind of players that's had it happen here just recently over the last few years. So, like I said, I just can't see us. I wouldn't give him the more than 12 million. I've said it the whole time. I don't give a fuck if he goes out and does put up another fucking 2,000 yard season. I wouldn't give him more than 12 million. 13 at max. Like 13 million is that it. You don't want it? Bye. See you later. He must not want to be a Raider that fucking bad. It's untaxed money, dude. If he goes somewhere else and gets 15 million, he would be like him getting 12 million here. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't it make no sense?
No, it wouldn't. I think
that's why.
That's kind of what I got on the topic. That's like all I got.
The second that he bought that jersey, that should have ended those conversations. I mean, he wouldn't have bought the jerseys to leave, and he wouldn't have bought them to sit on the bench, like straight up.
Yeah, the point, the point of the topic wasn't like if he could leave or not. It was just,
are we picking sides?
It was just
like that's fucking crazy. That's even crazy. It's like Pick Derek's side over the Raiders. Pick Waller's side over the Raiders.
That's why I'm
Pick
saying
Jacobs over the Raiders.
That's why I'm saying it's a problem that especially this fan base and this team has.
Yeah, they just fucking dumb.
Where now Jacobs is now kind of doing this where it's like, hey, like I'm the victim here, like I'm being disrespected, and then that's where like I immediately said like, in a way you can say that, yes, but at the end of the day, it's not just this team. Every other team's doing the same thing.
So are you saying that
Jacobs don't get paid? Jacobs don't get paid because how is he getting paid? He ain't even on a motherfucking contract. He's on a non-exclusive contract. He ain't getting fucking paid because he ain't even on a contract to get paid for in the first place.
Are you saying, Sergio, that you could view Josh as like a selfish teammate and it might be affecting the locker room because of the stalemate that he's in with?
I wouldn't want to say, I don't want to accuse him as being selfish. I don't want to say that. I just want to say that.
We just bring the boxing fucking gloves here, dude. I mean, I swear to God, I'm about to. Like, it's fucking dead ass. Like, we are, everything we talk about, like, should we just start renaming this motherfucking deal the Hater Raiders? Like, is that what we should start naming this motherfucker? Hey, listen, every single conversation, every single one. There has not been one here at all in the last fucking week that it's been like, hey, yeah, I think that's probably a good deal for the team, or yeah, that's a good deal. It's every fucking time a conversation gets brought up, it's fucking, the next is the negative as fuck. Every time. Fuck, this guy's hating on our team. He's never even implied it. Fucking Josh, he's beating up players over here. Fucking Devontae picking on motherfuckers. Max fucking picking on dudes. Like, what in the fuck is going on? Like, fucking Josh has not said nothing about. Why are we implying that now he's becoming a cancer in the locker room?
Wasn't even.
Like, goddamn.
I was just trying to understand why he brought up the topic because, you know, he made it clear that he wasn't bringing it up in terms of, you know, is Josh going to leave? Is he no longer going to be a Raider or not? He brought it up in terms of, you know, is he affecting the team in some way, shape, or form? So I was just trying to get a better understanding of why he brought up the topic, what his perspective on it is. I'm sorry if I, you know, phrased it in a way that set you off or something, but, you know, I was just trying to get a sense of what Sergio, who's...
It isn't like that. The problem is if we stop this show right now and we all go back to the Discord and turn this motherfucker on and watch it ourselves all together, every single conversation that's been brought up tonight has had a negative fucking impact in every single conversation. Everyone. It's not about if it's triggered me or not. Nothing's triggered me. What I'm trying to say is every conversation today and last show and the show before that, every time a conversation gets brought up, it has a negative fucking impact instantly. Instantly. There's nothing about fucking, hey, they can add to the team. They're not. We're not even talking any facts anymore. Like, we're not talking any facts. Ziegler already said he's not getting a contract, but we still bring up him getting a contract, right? We still fucking talk it. We still say, man, you're going to get a contract. Ziegler said he ain't getting a fucking contract this year. They don't even have the money to give him the fucking contract, let alone. Like, and Josh, like I said, he's said his thing, so is Devontae. Devontae's still over here going. Josh ain't going to go. He didn't go last year. Like, that's all I'm saying is it's not about if this or not. It's about, I think what it's about for me is that every time we talk on a subject, it's a negative subject for the Raiders. So if we're doing that, why are we doing the show? Because the show is supposed to be about not only having biased opinions, but it's supposed to have fucking constructive criticism to the fucking team. Because otherwise, why are we doing the fucking lives? Are we literally just, I'm not coming on this bitch to bash my motherfucking team. Like, straight the fuck up. Like, and if we're having conversations every fucking time that we had a show on Wednesday that we talked about Renfrow, and we're right here on Friday talking the same fucking shit, if we don't got shit to talk about, let's just not talk about it. But to keep having the same fucking ongoing conversation all fucking week long, and then coming up with different fucking deal every time we're live, That's a fucking problem. That's a massive fucking problem. So that's all I'm saying. It ain't about it. It's just about that we're bringing up same subjects, which we have. We've talked on them same fucking way. Now we're talking on fucking separate ways. Like that's the shit. Where's the consistency? Where's the continuity? Where is the validation of when we talk about something on this motherfucking show, it has any fucking backing? Like, you can't fucking talk on a subject two different ways. Your opinion got to be one way or the fucking other. It can't fucking be today I feel this way and tomorrow I feel that. And we've talked about it 3 fucking times just this week. That's all I'm saying, man. We did not bring the show on to do that shit. We brought the show on to have fucking constructive talk, to fucking talk about do you like it or not, move the fuck on. Not fucking keep harping on Jimmy G's fucking ass when the motherfucking doctors have already fucking said it, Josh has already said it, Ziegler's already fucking said it, but we're gonna talk about it fucking every goddamn day in the show. We're not gonna do that, dude. If we don't have other subjects to speak on it, we're not gonna speak on it, dude, because doing this is gonna cause issues, dude. Like, it's gonna cause massive fucking issues. Like, if we talk on Jacobs, how about the next time we talk on him is when something fucking happens? If we're gonna talk on Renfrow, how about we talk when something happens? Nothing's even happened. A fucking jersey goes on sale. A guy can piss in a fucking urinal, have a picture there, and they're gonna say, "Yep, there they go, getting fuck traded today. Fuck selling the goddamn team." You know, like, fuck, we can't do that, man. This show is built to bring in conversation, to have fucking factual, have debatable conversation. We're not doing nothing different than what Rudy did, okay? Rudy came on here, he talked about Derek Carr over and over and over and over. It's all I fucking did, every fucking time. We're doing that with Jimmy, and we're doing that with fucking Josh and Renfrow. Like, we need to talk about, listen, we need to either fucking start coming up with templates, they start going over our roster, start talking about fucking depth players in our roster, start talking about shit that's going forward in the fucking season. Not fucking the same goddamn fucking tops, man, like, straight up. And I ain't trying to be a dick, I ain't trying to get upset. I think it's upsetting me that we're just on the same fucking conversations, having the same exact talk over and over. So I think that's why I am getting a little upset.
I respect that, Dustin. I respect that.
You know what I mean? Like, that's all I feel. Like, that's how I feel. Like,
I do want to say, like, this wasn't like what I had intended with the topic.
No, I get that, and it ain't yours or not. It's just over the topics of all tonight. Like, literally, we can probably bring up our list right now, and I bet you, well, I can get them off my phone right now. I guarantee you I need to start paying attention to these topics when I'm sending them, because I'm working a lot right now, so I don't have time to read them when I'm sending them. And if I see them, I would tell you guys straight up to change them, because if we can't just keep talking about the same shit. Like, with, for instance, for tonight, if we're going to be bringing the same deal, we should have did like a fucking roster depth and brought up a fucking hot sheet, dude, and start going over, hey, these are our players in defense. Where do we see them being? We need to start doing shit like that that's constructive towards the team, not just coming here and fucking shitting on a dude every fucking day. Like, I wouldn't do that in real life, let alone on this motherfucker. And if you shit on him once, fine. But why do you got to do it every time? Like, there's no fucking point in that. There's no point that we go live and we're just shitting on the same motherfucker every topic. Like, you want to shit on him, great, no problem. Then get a different topic for the next fucking month. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's no reason this week we should have Renfrow, Brady, fucking Jimmy, and fucking Jacobs in the deal 3-4 times. You know, that's all I'm saying. Like, that's going to get burnt out. It's going to get old. It's not good news, and it's not good fucking lives, man. It's not. Because if people are going to get irritated, I'm going to get fucking irritated. I'm going to be dead ass honest right fucking now, because I've always said, like, if we're looking at the team and the lives, like, our lives are supposed to be based on, like, what's going on in the team, the shit that's going in OTAs. How come we ain't talked about none of that? How come nobody's deal got any fucking topics? Where's Trey's fucking topic? Or Tucker's? Where's fucking O'Connell's? Where's fucking Chase's? Where's their topics? Like, why are we not talking about any motherfucker in OTAs right this second? Is that not what's going on right now? Like, why are we still talking about a motherfucker on an injury list? You know what I mean? We talking about a bitch on an injury list that we all fucking know has been on that motherfucker since the Niners.
What's going on? I just came back. What's going on, guys?
Nothing. But you see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think we need to start putting a little more focus in, is stuff like that. You know, like, look, I'm not saying like we can't speak on those things. What I'm saying is
What
we
about
kind of
Josh
need to stay
McDaniels?
more.
Before
We
what he
need to
said
kind of
about
just stay more like, you know, OTAs, fucking players, what's happening now, than have a subject like that in there, you know, now and then. That's all I'm
hey
saying. Like, let's not
hey
just
Dustin,
focus on those fucking deals every
what
day.
about
That's
Chandler
all.
Jones?
Yeah, all right, Cortez, why don't we move on to your topic? Because that's, you want
Which
to talk
Yeah,
one?
about
good.
Chandler
Yeah,
Jones'
good.
weight
Yeah,
loss? You want to
Yeah,
talk
yeah.
about
Chandler.
Aiden O'Connell's?
So you guys all know that Chandler Jones lost weight, right? He
Yes.
was not. He could not. He was rehabbing. So while he was rehabbing, he can't be lifting weights, and he didn't. And he said during his pressure that he never had surgery done. So he was just straight just rehabbing, and he couldn't lift weights. Like, and then people are saying that he's looking different. He feels more healthy, more faster than he's ever feels. And then he's taking these players under his wing, like Adam Plant, Tyree Wilson. He said, like, he wished that these, like, a player like him was when he came into the league. But the weight, and then some people are saying that, oh no, he looks sick. What do you mean, like, sick? Like, he ain't healthy enough to play? Like, he looks perfectly for, like he's gonna be killing it. And right before that elbow injury, he was doing better than what he was doing at the beginning of the season, was he not? Before the elbow injury?
I
Yeah,
will
and he
say
said he
that
got
he
down to
said
that weight because he wants to be faster
Yep.
I
and
will say
leaner at
he did
250,
Yep.
feel he
At
did
255.
he said
255,
at the
he's actually.
presser that he did feel stronger and faster.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I do think the reason behind that is I think because not only because of his personal thing, but I think how, because I keep saying this, I think he's going to be the outside linebacker. And usually outside linebackers are at where he's at right now. They're faster, they're at a stronger level, where Tyree's mostly going to be on the line. And I think that's good for where Chandler is right now in a career where he could retire like this season or the,
This is gonna be my opinion too. He's gonna have a better year than he had last year, with him slimming down, being quicker off the
I mean,
edge.
he didn't lose that much weight, dude. I mean, he's at 255. Like, and like you said, he's 30 fucking, what, 33 now? 32, 33? So I think he's probably trying to get off that speed now. You know what I mean? Like, I think his days of pushing on a guy is over. I think he needs to get around the guy now.
that's why I'm just saying like being like more of an outside linebacker would fit for him for where he's at
Yeah.
because he can't be a defensive lineman anymore because
And NASCAR package. That's the perfect NASCAR package, is kicking him to the outside like that.
if you have Tyree there and if you put him next to Chandler, Tyree's size and strength alone is going to help out Chandler.
Yeah,
like,
get off
go
that edge,
around.
and he's gonna
Yeah, bro.
get there faster than Tyree could.
And then if you guys remember right, when Clee and him were together, that's when them two were going off. That's when he was starting to go off. So now we got Tyree Wilson next to him. So that's just gonna make it easier for him because he cannot do double teams no more. There's no way that he could take on double teams. He's up there in age.
So I think
I
the
just
NASCAR package would work
Yeah.
great in there, having Kuntz, Chandler, Max, and fucking Tyree. I mean, that'd be a fucking pretty nasty fucking NASCAR
But-
package there.
Hey,
So
Dustin,
guys.
I have Coons not making the
Salute
team.
Alex
That's
Ghost.
just my opinion.
Hey,
I rather
Alex
take
Ghost.
Adam
Salute
Plant.
everyone. Hey, quick comment on the Chandler Jones weight loss. For me, like it looked like a lot of weight. He dropped a lot of weight. Like it wasn't even 15, 20 pounds. Dude, he said he looked 230.
Dude,
he was 250.
he was not weighing no.
255.
He was not
looked
weighing
like
no 280, bro. He
There's
is
no
not
way.
weighing 280.
Hey,
Dude,
hey,
he
right
fucking
now,
crazy.
Dustin,
He looks
I bet you he was
Dustin,
like
right now-
260.
right now-
I bet he was like
260.
265.
I
No,
think,
Yeah, I
no,
bet.
Dustin,
I
I
think
just
what
looked
Alex
it
Bro, he
up.
looked
Ghost, I think what
230,
Alex Ghost is
240 to
trying
me.
to say is that he looks more built than last year.
No, what I'm saying is he looks lighter than what he said on there. what he said on the press conference. He looks, to me, the guy looked like 230, 240. Like he looked real light.
You go, hey, Al, try not lifting weights since his injury. Like, you're gonna lose some weight, and you're gonna lose some
but he
muscle.
doesn't look like he's out of shape, man.
No,
like he
he
don't look
doesn't,
like
like-
he's out of shape in any way, shape, or form.
He feels faster.
Like
That's
his
what he
arms
needs to
are
do.
still fucking big, dude. Like, and I mean, he said he's weighing at 250, 255. I imagine he can probably look it up. Yeah, you can probably look it up, his weight.
But
I
the
mean, they're
crazy
not going to
thing
lie
is,
about it.
Justin, I just looked it up on ESPN on the depth chart type of deal. They have him at 260 there. So I think
Yeah,
he
he's
only
That's what I'm
lost like
saying.
20
Last
pounds.
year, that's last year's weight.
Yeah.
That's last year's weight.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
not
see, he just
260,
only
dude.
lost
They're
5
not even
pounds.
gonna. They're not even
I
gonna
don't think that's
have.
true, dude.
I think the
Like, I
reason
don't think he
people
only
are
lost-
thinking
I
this
don't think
just
he just
because the
lost
way
5
he's
pounds.
standing at the podium, dude. Like, I think that's why I think people are thinking that
Yeah,
because
people are just
the way he's standing at the podium and to the side, I mean, he is not
Yeah, he
substantially
said,
smaller than where he was.
There's a quote right here that said that Chandler says that he's at 250, and then people are like, that'd be about 15 pounds less than what he was last season.
Yeah, 265.
So I'll be honest with you guys. When so I didn't watch the press.
That's about where the
live.
linebackers are, Diablo and them, about the 249, 250.
That's
So
why I
I
said
didn't-
like he's being more built as the outside linebacker.
What were you saying now, though?
No, so I didn't watch the press conference live, and then so like I watched a replay on YouTube. And my first thought when I saw him, I was like, "Oh shit, is this dude sick?" Like that was actually my first initial thought, dude. To me, like he looked visibly smaller than he did last year.
It's
Like
because of
visibly
his
smaller.
rehabbing, like
Yeah, he didn't want to get the surgery.
yeah, and the doctor
He
said
looked
that
real
he
light
didn't
to
need
me,
to.
dude.
So he just rehabbed his elbow. Was it Heidi Fang or the other one asked him that?
I'd have to be like, what's small? Because 250 isn't small. I mean, that's
No, that
Diablo. I bet Robert
Diablo
Spalin's
is
around the
226.
250 mark.
No, Divine's 226.
So that's what I'm saying, dude. I don't think he's 250. I think he just said that for the press. I think he's probably more like 235.
His weight's going to be on that deal. You're not going to get around that. They're going to mark his official weight here, period. So his official weight is going to get recorded. I mean, last year, like I said, the 260 mark, 265, but whatever his official weight is, he makes the team. It's getting recorded 100%. So they're not going to be able to lie about it. He can't say, oh, I'm fucking 5 foot fucking, or I'm 6'3" when he's really 5'11".
I think what Algos could mean is like he's kind of lost a little bit of his muscle mass. Because I am looking at it right now, and his arms are.
Yeah, he lost it, dude, for sure.
Did he? But did he even say? He said that on the presser. If you guys heard it.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to lift or anything like
Yeah,
that. So
because
he
was
did lose it.
rehabbing. What do you expect him to quit his rehab and start lifting?
No, dude, I'm not faulting the guy for the way that he looks or anything like that. What I'm saying is simply observing the guy looks substantially lighter than he did last year, like substantially. Like in my mind, I was like, oh shit, like this dude. My initial thought was like, damn, is he sick or something?
Hey, I mean, we can get rid of him if that was the case. So, I mean, like I say, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what they do personally, so I don't like talking on personal stuff. I mean, I feel like if they felt like that was an issue, like they would address that shit ASAP. And then not only that, they would address it during the off season, because getting down how his weight is, if you turn on that show right now, his pecs are sticking in his shirt. Like that's not a fucking fat motherfucker. Like that fool, that's his fucking
That
pecs.
fool, his muscle.
Yeah, and I mean, just because he may have slimmed down, like physical deal, like he said straight up, and look, you can go look up the videos right now online for them kids that are going around in the gyms that are fucking world bodybuilders, dude, and they're skinny as fuck. They're hella skinny, but they're lifting what fucking yoked ass. I mean, fucking dudes that got arms this big. You know what I mean? Like, they laugh at him when they tell him, like, yeah, you're not gonna lift that up, and he was like, yeah, all right, and then he fucking picks it. Like, just because a guy's look, and I get what you're saying, because I'm not gonna lie, I agree with the statement of the fact of how his arms look, but I wouldn't say that it makes him any weaker or any deal of that factor. I mean, like I said, I don't speak on those types of deals because I don't know what his weight deal is. I don't know what Josh or fucking Graham has in mind. Are they moving him to a different position? Like, we can only speak on so much of a individual or player, because how do we know what conversations they have behind closed doors? Like, we don't. And we're sitting here saying, like, and I'm not saying we are, I'm just saying, like, if we imply like, oh, he's got sickness or this and that, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't have put him on the podium to fucking talk. Like, I think they want to show off him, like, hey, look at him, he's a fucking new built motherfucker this year. Like, look at him, and he looks like he's in pretty good fucking shape, in my opinion. So, I mean, that's all I'm thinking is like, I think it was more like, I think he's going to go to the linebacker, because if you put him in the 3-4 and put him outside DN, it makes plenty of sense because he's fast. He can come
Hey,
off the line fast.
I said for weeks, like they're gonna put him as an outside line. After drafting Tyree, I said they're gonna put him as an outside linebacker because
Yeah,
if you're paying Chandler that much money this season, but you spent a seventh pick on Tyree,
Hey Sergio,
and you
check
want them
your
both on the field at the same time.
check your DMs. I just sent you a picture of both of them, Mad Max and him.
All right, and basically, if you want them both on the field at the same time, it makes more sense if you have Chandler play outside linebacker while Tyree's the defensive lineman.
yeah, because he's slower. He runs like a 4.8 40. He's not going to get off of
See
that
if they
line
can
on that
bring that up.
outside. He's not going to get outside there faster than, like I said, with Chandler being out there. And I think, like I said, like, I agree with Al 100%. He does look like a fucking, like his, I am not even lying. When I looked at him, like, what the hell? But then when he started talking
Yeah,
about
it's
how he
because
need to
the
slim up,
picture
that
he
he
looks
slimmed
tiny
up.
compared to Max.
Yeah, he wanted to slim. Yeah, but look at Max this year. That some bitch looks like he's on roids, dude. I mean,
Yeah,
look at his
Yeah,
fucking
that's
arms.
what. Yeah, I heard
show
that's what
them the
everyone was
picture.
saying.
That motherfucker, look at his
Hey,
fucking
it's
Yeah,
arms. I mean,
I'll do
goddamn
a
arms look
screenshot.
like
I'll
his
do a
fucking,
screenshot.
like his thigh, bro.
bring up
Like,
that picture, Sergio.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, dude. When I saw Chandler, dude, I was shook, dude. I was
Hey,
like, damn, this dude
hey,
like got real
bro,
light.
Max's helmet's clean as fuck though.
yeah, I won't lie. When I seen him, I thought the same. I was like, man, what the hell? But then I started listening to him and what he was saying and how he said that he was trying to slim up so he can be faster. That last year he just felt like he wasn't, up to par, everything like that. And I agree. When you're getting older, dude, it's like I've said when I was younger, I was at like 203, 205 at all times. And even when I even got into college, I was right around the 215, 220 mark. But ever since then, I've never worked out. I've never, like, that's hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, it's a fucking lot, dude. It's a
yeah,
lot.
I pulled the photo up. So yeah, compared to Max, he looks tiny.
Yeah, dude,
Can
just
you
like a
zoom in
little.
on that?
Let me see if I can. No, that's as close as I can get.
I mean, Max also has the helmet on, so it makes him look, just like a bigger
Oh
dude.
no, I don't mean by like height wise.
Yeah.
Look
I
at his
mean like
legs. I mean,
muscle.
Yeah,
look at his
body
legs.
wise and shit. Yeah.
Like Max Crosby literally looks like a freaking bulldog.
Yeah, but that's why I say Max is different, man. Because just look at him all the way from top to bottom. He's thick. He's
Like
thick all the way.
I think I remember the first OTA presser when they showed Max and he was wearing like the sleeveless shirt. I was like, I don't know what they put in his arms, but I'm hoping it ain't drugs.
Dude,
I mean,
screw
I
him,
think
bro.
we only got three
Deuce.
dudes that aren't at camp. I think there's only three players not at camp
Yeah, but
out of
there's
everybody.
two of them. There's two of them that's around though, but they can't practice right now.
Well, Jimmy's there, and
Jimmy and
Tyree
Wilson.
and Wilson's
Tyree,
there, but fucking
but
Jacobs
Jacobs
isn't
ain't
there.
nowhere around.
Yeah.
Freaking because they're at their alumni dinner last night. They went to the alumni and then went to a dinner, and then they had their speeches, their alumni with the players.
Yeah, I think Chandler's going to be fine. I
Yeah,
mean,
Chandler will be
and
fine.
again, I think they're going to set up to move off of him anyways. I mean, let's be fucking real. If we're looking at real football, you didn't get Tyree Wilson to back up Chandler for the next fucking 10 years. Like, you got Tyree because you know Chandler's days are coming to an end sooner than later. So
But to
regardless
your
if
point,
he's here or not.
but
Yeah,
to
and
your
to
but
anyone
to your
saying that we
point,
didn't need
Dustin.
an edge rusher, like we clearly
Yeah,
do in Chandler's condition.
yeah, but to what you guys are saying, right? He'll be fine if he's playing, outside linebacker. And I'm talking about
Either
Chandler
way,
here.
he's gonna be fine. Either way,
No,
as an
because like
edge
if you
rusher,
line him up
Hold on,
as a
let
four three
Al
D
speak.
end, yeah, if you're lining him up as a 4-3 D end, if he's that light, teams are gonna be running at him. You need body mass to sustain the run and hold the edge, which I think he was
Yeah,
able to do last year really well. Like he didn't finish at the quarterback right, which was the big knock on him, but he
dude,
was
if he's
able to stop the
250,
run.
he
if
can
he,
stop.
hold on, man. If he's at 250 pounds or 255, that is damn near the average weight for a DN. So I don't know. Like, if we're looking at physical, like muscle drops down, but his weight and strength's there. Like, he's probably better, actually. He's probably actually
Yeah, yeah.
better, to be
Freaking Mad
honest.
Max is at 255
Like,
last year.
the regular person off the edge is around the 250, 255 mark, man. Like,
Yeah,
that's right in that mark.
Yeah,
249,
255
dude.
is Mad Max
What I'm
last
259,
year.
Yeah, but what
right
I'm
there.
saying is, if you guys watch that the presser, Chandler's presser, and when he was asked like, "Oh, what's your weight right now?" Like he kind of paused for a little bit, and I don't think he was trying to be like truthful, right? So he said, "Hey, like I'm around 250."
I
I think
mean,
he's
that's a
closer to
pretty
235.
that's pretty truthful if he's at fucking goes from 265 to 250. And I mean, if we're saying 35, let's be real. I don't think he could have lost 50 pounds in fucking 2 months. I mean, what is he straight fucking smoking meth every day? Like, just hitting the rails every day? Like, there's a point that the physical body weight's not going to go. Like, there's a point that physical weight is not coming off that fast. There's just no way. That motherfucker's
Yeah, dude.
sitting
But
in a room. That dude's sitting in a room with railers going all day, like literally just
yep.
fuck, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
nah, no.
yeah, it doesn't. But I guess what I'm saying, dude, is so let's say he
Lu-
lost. Let's say hypothetical, right? Like let's say okay, he lost 10, 15 pounds. I'm actually thinking about like my buddies, the guys who like, just my friends or whatever. If a dude loses like 10 pounds, I can't really tell the difference, right? Or like 15 pounds. But with Chandler, dude, like immediately, I'm telling you, I got shook. I saw like immediately the weight hit me. Like I'm
Dude,
like,
if
oh,
someone
like this guy
loses
lost
five
serious
pounds,
weight.
if someone lost 5 pounds, you'd most definitely be able to tell. Like,
I
there's a
don't have that
substantial,
ability, dude.
like,
Yeah, I don't think I can, but
so here's the deal. Try to go lose a pound, and you're telling me this guy lost 50 pounds? Like, go try to lose a pound, 5 pounds. Like, try to do it in a month. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't asking you to go, you fuck saying, like, this guy losing 50 pounds in 2 months. Like, no way. There's no way. Like, he's probably around, like, look, he might be like 248. You know what I mean? But there's no way in hell he's in the 230 mark. Like, there's no way. That'd be more. That's 60, right? Because if he was at 265, 230, it'd be 35. That's 35 fucking pounds.
so
35
his weight
pounds.
last year was what, 265? Is that what it was?
Yeah, I think somewhere right there, 259, 260,
Yeah, he
four,
was
I'm gonna
at
look
somewhere in
it
there.
up.
because after like when he said 250, they said like that would mean he lost like 15 pounds compared to
Yeah, some
his.
people it take them like a fucking whole year to lose 100. We're over here acting like this guy. This guy's already a fit athlete to begin with. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of fucking muscle mass and everything to get off you in that short amount of time. I'm gonna believe he's around the 245, 250 mark. I mean, there's just no way that he could have physically lost just that much. And I said, dude, like, if you bring up his deal, like, on his presser and everything, like, he's got his fucking pecs, like, just fucking bam. And he's standing there, like, with his arm right here the whole time. Like, you can tell that I bet he pulls up his shirt. He's probably rocking, like, straight six pack. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my
Like, I
only
don't think,
thing is like the arms are small, but reasonably because he couldn't work out his arm.
yeah, I mean,
Like,
I don't know how, did we see his arms out?
Yeah, his arms were out, but like
I just seen him in next to his chest the whole time. I watched the
Yeah.
interview. So unless
were you just
this
staring at his
motherfucker just,
chest? Or
I watched him the whole time because it was substantially noticed. I
his
noticed right
arm,
away.
he was
But I
sitting
looked
like
at his arms. He looked cut as fuck, dude. His arms looked cut as fuck. Like they
This
didn't
is the
look like
white
they were
T-shirt,
just
right? He was
not.
wearing like the white long sleeve. The white long sleeve. Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't. His arms looked cut as fuck. If you looked at his fucking muscle there, like he didn't look like he was just skinny as fucking
no, I'm not
tweaker.
saying like it was skinny. I'm just saying it was obvious like he didn't work out his arms because they were in rehab.
Yeah, I agree with your stats. Like, I don't think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
the guy
one
didn't look
arm.
out of shape. Like, I'm not saying he looked out of shape.
Let's
Like, I'm
bring
not
up
saying
his
that.
presser. Anybody got a picture of the presser? Let's bring up the picture of the presser. Because I
All right,
think
I
it's
got it.
more of the. I think it's more of the way he was standing at the podium with his chest and his shoulders and I pay attention to detail. So yeah, I was staring at him because that's what I do every person all day, every day.
All right, let me see. All right, I'm gonna screen share it.
Yeah, you see, look, he got fucking muscles. So I don't know what we're
Yeah,
sitting
what
here
are we
thinking. Like,
thinking?
I mean, can we bring up? Can you get a press or a picture from last year of him at the presser?
I can try to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, I think that'd be the best comparison. Yeah, last year to this year, because for me, like, it was significant.
Yeah, because like I say, I think like when you're looking at his arms, he still looks like he got pretty big arms. I mean, his chest, you can see like fucking look at his pecs, dude. Like he don't look like he's slouched down. And if he's going from 260 to 250, 245, like that's a lot of just fat going off of him to straight muscle. And like I said, if I bet you if we look at next year, like last year, I'm willing to bet anything you would have had probably chubbier arms and a chubbier chest. That's it, because it's fat. And like he said, he did it for speed purposes and strength purposes. And he says he feels stronger now. Why would he say things like that if he's going to get classed on the field? You know what I mean? Like these are things you're going to see here very quick, like easily. And don't get me wrong, his days are numbered anyways. Like that's the whole thing. Like we act like this guy is a superstar. This guy 33 years old on his way out of the NFL.
If he's losing that much weight, Dustin, this is what I think. He may just be a situational pass rusher this coming year, dude.
All right, I got it.
They may put
I
him.
think that's what they're going to use is put him out on the edge. You can put them up side by side.
Well, you're probably gonna call out something anyway.
Yeah, he looks the same, but a little bit smaller.
Nah, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
No,
Look at
you
his.
just
Look at
do
his.
side by
I said
side.
it's the chubbiness. He most definitely does. Look at his arm, same fucking arm. I mean, I bet you if we had the picture side by side, that fucking right arm is staring at it is exactly the same
Am
size,
I able
like
to
not
do
a
that?
doubt.
No,
It'd
I
be
Should
great
can't
if
be
you
do
able
could
to
it.
put him.
Can't you
superimpose.
screenshot
Just
him
slap him.
and
Just
then
yeah,
crop him?
screenshot it and lap him.
I'll do that. I'll do that.
Or try to find a pic
And I'm
of
not even gonna
Max and
lie. The
Chandler from
only
last
the
year.
only thing to me looks different is his shoulder. His shoulders. That's it.
Like his traps
Like his shoulders, where his fucking muscle, like his shoulder
to
muscles
his
up there,
neck.
just look a little bit more down. And like I said before this, I said he's gonna look a little chubbier, which he does. Like he looks a little bit more bloated, like to muscles. Like there's a difference of being fine, a fit athlete, and then being a fucking massive athlete. I think that's where he was at. Is he was more bloated, where now he's more defined. And again, like I said, I think that his days are coming to an end anyways. Tyree, the writing's on the wall, and I think Cortez is crazy. He thinks Malcolm Kuntz is getting cut. Who the fuck are you
Out
putting
of
over
here.
there?
He's in the last regime gone.
Nah, hell no, he ain't gone.
Say
That
that
fool
about
did. They
everyone.
didn't have him. I know. I swear to God, this guy sometimes, man.
Cortez don't like players once they
You're a fucking hater of everybody that puts on a Raider uniform. It seems like fuck,
Hey,
Yo,
dude.
yo,
hey,
yo,
did you guys
Dustin.
see my real? Did you guys see who's the real number 4?
You
Hey,
It
why
can't.
wasn't
would
any
they?
fucking
You
Nah,
O'Connell.
can't even hate
I ain't
Kuntz
even
yet because he's
listening. I'm
still
not
on the
even
team.
listening to that bullshit. I'm not even listening to that.
Time
That's
out,
got to be
guys.
the. I hope you don't go around saying that in public. I really do,
I
man.
do.
Hey, guys, guys.
No, I want
My
it.
Time out.
opinion. I have
Time
all the
out, real quick.
freedom of
They're
opinion.
gonna be. That's not an opinion. It's an invalid opinion. Like he has not even done shit, dude. Like if you went to the NFL and told I mean, fuck. Let's just name anybody. Name them all. Let's say we have Brady, Steve Young, Troy Aikman. Fuck all of them just standing right there, and you're like, O'Connell's the real 4. They'd all laugh. They would laugh and think you're joking. Like that's exactly what
Yo,
they'd say.
Dustin.
Because the second numbers come down, they're gonna be like, "Son, this guy's never even took a snap yet." Fucking crazy.
Hey, Dustin.
Yeah.
Cortez is a Skip Bayless of Raider Nation, dude.
Oh
Yeah.
my god!
Oh
No, after the
fuck.
duck
You
you
would
asked
you
Straight
would
me,
up.
say that to
Hey.
Shannon Sharp if he was a
Straight
Raider and
up.
got cut. You'd
Straight
be like,
up.
Skip
I'm
Bayless
about
that
is
is
a
to
Skip
good.
Bayless of
I'm
Raider
about to
Nation,
dox your
Cortez.
ass now.
uh,
I'm about to put your phone
uh,
number out in the chat right now.
he said, I'm about to put your fucking number. We'd have to have people watching to care, anyways. No, I'm just kidding.
All right,
Let's
so
read
I'm
up.
Cortez is
about
looking at some
Let's read
outfits
up.
right
Let's
now.
read some shit up over here since we ain't got this spam shit going on. Says at least he's at camp. That's positive. That's facts. Fucking Jason. Yeah, this is probably CJ 55's last year. Kuntz needs to get more time, maybe a outside linebacker role. I mean, fuck it. Hey, I mean, according to Cortez, we got breaking news. Kuntz is getting fucking shipped, even though they had him gain like fucking 12 pounds, dude. Like,
He's
he
not
ain't
on my
going nowhere.
53-man roster.
Well, that roster probably broken. Right now, I'm
Chase Garbers
also
ain't even on that bitch
I
either.
want to see it. Where's your 53-man roster? You got a picture of this motherfucker? Where is it at?
Yeah, I'll tell you by names who's on it.
No, I want to see the picture right now. Like,
I
turn your
can't bring it
camera
up. I
on.
don't have my laptop with me.
Man, quit bullshit, motherfucker. Does it got a power cord?
Nah, bro, I broke it.
Nah, you lying
It's
ass
indestructible.
motherfucker. You lie. When you go roll a joint here in a little bit, you can be like, I'm going out to the garage, man, to
Nah,
go
bro,
switch
I
to my
quit
laptop.
smoking. I
Yeah, I
quit
bet.
smoking.
All right,
Yeah.
I'm screen sharing.
Says right now I'm also watching AFL. I can't
That's
even say the fucking Hawthorns, and right now it's first quarter and it's kicked in
I got the picks side by side.
Hoping this will. Left. All right, you got that. Let me go over here.
So
Yep. See, look, he actually looks. He
the one
looks
in the
actually.
black is last year. The one in the white is the most recent one.
Yeah, look at his arms. His arms, for a guy that's not lifting weights, his arms look bigger in this year than last year. Like I said, the only thing, and I would still argue, I would say that he, I mean, now I'm gonna have to get up and look at this because I would say this
Wait up,
fucker
wait up.
looks.
Look
I would
closer
say
though.
he
Wait up.
looks better. I would say he looks
Yo,
better
Dustin.
right now.
Wait up. Look closely, dude. Look how much looser the white tee looks.
Nah, he's sitting forward, dude. He's standing up in those. They're two different ways. He's slouching
Looks a
forward.
little looser.
Nah, he has his hand on the podium and he's leaning forward, looking in the mic. If you look over at the bottom one, he's standing straight up, looking out. Like, no way, that sure don't look. I bet you if he stood up, if he had a picture of him standing straight up, it's gonna look the same.
Yeah, Raider Nation Yasin is saying the face looks skinny. I agree. Yeah, he lost chubbiness in the face for sure.
That's what I said. I think the bloatedness is what he lost because his arms look bigger. Like his arms look bigger in this year than last year. His arms look pretty skinny in them bottom ones. Look at his right arm up here. This is the same picture at the same depth, same angle. His arm on the right arm is bigger than that motherfucker on the bottom one down there. So he's either jerking off with that arm a lot or something.
Nah, Cortez would do that for him.
I mean, look at his shoulder here. So look at the bottom picture in the black here. Look at the top shoulder down to the bottom sleeve of his shirt, right? Look how skinny his arm looks in that black picture. Look at this top one. Look at his fucking shoulder down there. He's fucking bigger. He's much bigger, dude. Like that motherfucker. Look at his muscle contrast to his shirt. Look at the black one. That bitch looks like it is loose sliding off of him.
What
So
is there?
I
Is
would
there a
have to
pick?
say
Is there a Max pick
I
and a
would have
Chandler
to
pick from
say
last season?
I would have to say that I would say he looks better this year than last year. Because
So
I'm telling you,
Stack,
look at the way his shoulder to his arm is. That fucker looks at least an inch or two bigger. Like that fucker is bigger for sure.
so what would be helpful to see is like a pick between of Max and Chandler from last year, like similar to the pick that we saw
Yeah, but I
this
don't
year.
think you can do that because let's go get a picture of Max last year and a picture of him this year. The fucking dude's
Yeah, Max.
much bigger.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
what
I
Max
don't
is
think we
on. I don't know
can.
what they're
I don't
feeding
think
him.
we can. Yeah, I don't think we can do that because in this picture here of Max, just look at his fucking ankles down there, dude. He looks like he's got Samoan blood in him. Like the motherfucker is
I
just
mean,
like
hey, that
fucking.
he
He's
might not
looking
even
like a
work out to
straight.
get that. That might be like how angry he's like the Hulk. Like the angrier he gets, the bigger he gets. He's
Yeah,
probably getting
like when you're
tired of
looking at
everyone
shit like that, this motherfucker most definitely working out the whole
like
time. Like
he's probably getting tired of everyone disrespecting him because that's just been what he's been saying. He's
I
like,
think
oh,
he's about ready to just run you the fuck over, dude.
like
Like that's what he's
I keep
about to do.
saying, like if we made like a prediction on Max,
I mean,
not
I'm not
saying
gonna lie
his
to you, man. If I'm gonna just go off of this picture, I'm gonna think you're right about the face, but I think Chandler's body looks better now than it did last year. Like straight up, because if I look at his right arm's bigger than the right arm in the bottom. If you look at him hunching forward into the mic, even with his shoulder, look at his shoulder is broader. His shoulder looks broader in the top. Him standing straight up where he should have the most like form. This bottom picture looks like it slouches off. Look at him with his shoulder even hiked. His left arm hiked is look at that muscle straight across, and then look at his arm, like his arm down. Look at the bottom one. That bitch looked like skinny. Like the bitch looked like if he puts it any farther out, it's gonna disappear. Like Chandler got that arm probably, what would you say, like 4 inches off of his shirt? I mean, look how big it is. That bottom picture, if Chandler moved that arm 4 inches off his shirt, it'd look like a fucking pencil. Like I think his body, like his side, his wings, right? Like here and shit. Like I think with his arm being there makes it look bigger in the bottom. But when you're looking at the top, kind of how he's just like hunching to talk to the mic, like you can see his frame. I would think he's probably bigger.
Oh yeah, Raider Nation, Jason. Most def. I have a lot more confidence with the tackle room better than last year.
Oh yeah, I mean, fuck. We got a lot of good ones down there too. So I mean, I would hope so.
Plus, there's a lot of competition, so we don't know who's going to be the starter or who's even going to be on the roster. Because that's something Ziegler very focused on very well. Is, I mean, in 2 drafts, he drafted 4 defensive tackles, but UDFA's, I think it was like what, like counting that, he's got like 8, 9 defensive tackles in 2 drafts.
Oh, because he's gonna fix that problem once and for all. You know what I mean? Like he's fucking tired of not being able to fix it. And I think with all the players he's gotten, I mean, look at the way that they were talking about Sims or or
Cam
Smith,
Sims?
Chris Smith.
Christopher Smith.
Yeah, they were talking that fool up massively. Like fucking, like I said, Graham likes that dude a lot, man. So
I
like I
mean,
say, that
it
guy
was.
might come take on some pretty big role here,
That's
dude.
why.
Like
That's why this year I'm very focused. I don't really care about the offense. I'm very focused on the defense, especially since all the players that we got in the draft were players that Graham was personal with, that he knew because he coached them in the Senior Bowl, and that makes me want to know, like, okay, he is this high on these guys, so I want to know, like, is his defense automatically going to get? I'm not going to say like better, like, oh my gosh, it's so good now, but like it's improved to where we
Yeah.
can say like, all right, well, we can keep you for another year.
I mean, I think Graham, if you listen to like what he said in the presser and shit about, like I said, I think like I think Josh obviously has a bigger insight on the defense this year because the way Graham was talking, he was like, yeah, the way Josh is being more patient, the way that he's seeing people, the way this, that, the other, it just makes me feel like 100% that he is putting more insight on the defense and putting it where it is. And I think like when you look at Josh, right, I don't think a guy, for instance, a guy that's worried, why would he laugh like he did, dude, when
I've
they
never seen
brought
a
up,
coach. I never in my life seen a
man,
coach laugh at a
dude,
question.
let's just go bring back up all his pressers last year. Let's bring up shit that he talked on last year. And let's see where he fucking did that last year. Like, dude, listen, he said, I don't have anxiety for fucking Jimmy. So he
Maybe you
made that
guys did, but
clear.
I don't.
Yep, he made that clear. And he said, unless something's changed in that deal substantially, not just changed substantially, which he said hasn't, then he's going to be ready. But the second he brought up O'Connell, like, we're going to watch the interview. Like, we're going to straight watch the
You
interview,
want
dude.
you want me to put on the interview now?
Yep, bring it up.
All right, because I'm gonna be on. Like I'm gonna say it one more time. Like that is probably the first time a coach's answer to a question has actually scared me because he answered it, but before he answered it, he says, "This is probably the dumbest question I ever heard."
Dude, he just straight had the biggest, dude. When I seen that shit eating grin, I thought, yep, this guy knows something for
Because
sure.
someone's like, "Oh, he's probably like doing like, oh, I'm gonna if I smile, they'll think everything's okay." I'm like, no, there's a difference between you smiling to lie. That was a Grinch grin. That was like when you watch The
Mm-hmm.
Grinch. Like I never
Fact.
seen a coach do that.
No, not like that. He basically was saying, like, what I got from it was he got something cooking over there. And
Let him cook. Let him cook.
from the reports that I heard over the last few days, O'Connell been killing it.
All right, let me see. So when was his recent press conference?
Um, Yesterday or the day before.
All right, let me see.
Was it yesterday morning or
No,
day before?
it wasn't yesterday.
They did all the other people yesterday, didn't they? So his got to be the day before or so.
No, not that one. Is it this one? That's right.
It's all good, Yonder. Appreciate you, bro.
Where the heck is it at? Is it this one? Might be this one. I don't know. Oh, here it is. I don't know why they don't have it on their own thing. That was weird. All right, I found it.
Yeah, cause I was gonna say you could have just went to the
Because
Discord.
their own YouTube channel, like for some reason, didn't have it, but they have it. It was weird. I don't know why. Never mind. So I'm about to screen share it. And window. All right, can you guys see it?
Yep.
All right. Do you want volume or no volume?
Yeah, I don't think it matters. It can't be trademarked. It's a press conference.
All right, tell me if you
Like
guys
what
hear
are
it.
like what are they trademarking? Fucking
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
no, no.
You can't hear it? Or are you just BSing me right now?
I
He's
can't
got to be
hear it.
full of shit. I can't hear it.
Cortez, can you hear it?
No, he's full of shit. He can't hear it because I can't fucking hear it. How the hell does
Hey,
he hear it?
hey, Dustin, you gotta get out and come back in.
You're crazy.
I'm just kidding.
Can you hear it
I
now?
know you. Yeah.
All right.
This fucking guy always talking that bullshit.
You know what they titled the video for this?
Hmm.
Coach McDaniels has no anxiety. That's what the media titled the video. Immediately. Immediately shuts down the question.
That's why I've been saying. That's why I've been saying, Sergio, that Jimmy G will be here June
Well, Jimmy
17th.
G,
Jimmy G should be
I'm a,
back by
so I'm a pause the video. So Jimmy G got his surgery
around the
in
17th
mid
of
mid
March.
March, right?
Yeah.
And they said it was a cleanup. So a cleanup usually takes
But they
like
put
what
a
that
plate
means.
over that on top. They
So
actually put in a plate.
his recovery should be like he should be on field ready either by the end of June, like the end of
Or
this
the
month,
17th.
or midway through July. That should be his when he should be fully recovered.
Where the fuck did Dustin go?
Did Dustin leave?
Look, he ain't up on the screen. Yeah, he ain't up on the screen no more. Are you done with school?
Yeah, my graduation's Tuesday.
Nice, nice. Congrats, bro.
Oh yeah, you won't believe what I decided for college.
What?
I'm gonna major in communications for like I'm gonna start in community and I'm gonna major in communications and then I'm gonna go to a 4 year
Are you
and
still going to West Virginia?
yeah,
Or Virginia?
yeah, and then I'm going to be taking classes in writing and journalism.
Nice, nice. Yeah, bro. Go for the Raiders. Become a media person.
So I thought about it really hard and I'm like, you know what? I should probably do this. Just cuz I only made like 3 articles so
Yeah,
far
3 articles already, and they're good. I'm
and
not
I
gonna
already
lie.
got NFL players sharing my articles.
Yeah. What was I gonna tell you? So temporarily, you know that I'm gonna go to Vegas.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save up my money. By the beginning or the first 3 months of next year, I'll be in Vegas for good. And then the time being, until I save up money, I'm gonna be working at the casino, at one of the casinos.
Oh, what's going to be like your job?
I'm gonna go for slot tech.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that, and then eventually I'm gonna during them times I'm gonna go through schooling to become a heavy or go through training to become a heavy equipment operator too during that time, and then once I get on with heavy equipment, I'm gonna go and get my own house within like a year or two in Vegas, my own actual. And then I told Dustin this that we're gonna do like once a year. All of us meet up if we can. Just once a year, we could all go to my house, my own. Once I own my own house, and we could do a podcast from my house.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the
All
games
right.
I'm
Love you.
going to.
All
One of
right.
the
Love you,
games I'm
sister.
going
I'll talk to
to.
you, Miana.
Oh, okay.
All right. Love you. Bye. Oh no, my sister was on the other line.
Okay,
Don't tell
I thought
Dustin.
you were talking to me. I was like,
No, no.
oh, okay.
I was up on the phone, so freaking so Dustin. I think Dustin's watching. I have my laptop. I don't want to cam up
Okay,
today.
Dustin's watching. All right, I guess we'll continue with the live
Yeah,
then on what uh with Josh McDaniels.
yeah. Let's finish with Josh.
Yeah, rookie years obviously they can be different for everybody. And Neil obviously came from a pretty decorated college program, and worked hard to try to get in there and create a role for himself. It's not always easy depending on what room you're in as a rookie. So came back in really good shape. I think a lot of times you see these first year guys, they go through their first year. It's kind of a crash course on what it requires of you physically, mentally, emotionally, what kind of time it requires away from the building to be prepared to compete, consistently at a high level at this level. And I think Neil's done all the right things. Like I said, really good condition. I don't want to say changed his entire body, but there's an element of that that you can already see. So excited to see what he does. Matthew, same thing with Matthew Butler. I mean, two guys that have been here in our offseason program the entire time. Honestly, they both came back early, to do some work on their own with our strength staff. So, that's what you can ask of a guy going into a second year. You hope they learn from the things that, might have been tougher, their first year. But I know he knows he's in a competitive room. We got a lot of guys in there that are competing to ultimately play. This time of the year is really more about technique and fundamentals. Obviously, the physical part will come later, but I like, so far what Neil's trying to do and the frame of mind that he's in.
That category, just eyeballing, it looks like his body is on that year long in the NFL.
Yeah, I think most of those guys that are going to their second year, they understand kind of the difference now. When your body, when you're coming, sometimes talent alone is okay in college, and in the NFL, there's no question that everybody's talented. You know what I mean? Everybody in your room's talented. Everybody you play against is talented. So there's an extra level of motivation to, how can I get an edge? How can I gain an advantage on my opponent? And so there's, continued to work hard. He actually played a number of snaps last year, which is, different than a couple of the other guys. So he got his feet wet. He played some tackle, played some of the jumbo tight end stuff. So, trying to build on his experience last year. And again, think he's ready to compete.
But you've been in a lot of these, but what excites you the most about OTAs, even though the pads aren't on, but what do you want to see from some of these players?
I think, this is the time of the year for us to evaluate our ability to communicate, our ability to retain information, our ability to limit repeat errors. We're making mistakes each day, which happens every day in every OTA across the league. But the biggest point of emphasis we're trying to make to our team is that we have to be able to, come back the next day or the next time we're out there on the field and fix the mistake, And so we kind of take each week and an opportunity to simulate a regular week. So if it makes some mistakes on a Wednesday's practice, you only have Thursday to fix them, or else you're probably gonna throw it out, So, communication, assignments, technique, ability to work with each other because they're not all working with the same groups. Those are all things that we're adamant about as we put our system in and see what they can handle.
What's going on with Dave and his guys with the rest of the leagues, especially since it's June 1st and there could be rules being made across the league?
Yeah, I think we obviously are ready to go on. They have their lists of people that we may anticipate that, all right, they look a little heavy here, or there might be a contract situation somewhere else. They're aware of all those things. I don't get too much involved in that at this point in time of the year because they obviously have that taken care of. But things that you almost get to see, if you will, preparing for I'd say some short lists as we head into the training camp season here in a couple months. No question about that. And they're also evaluating our team. They're out there every day too and watching our guys work and practice. They're able to see those things that are being developed on the practice field too. So a lot of comparing, guys from what we saw before to what we're seeing now. Again, the physical element can't happen until August. So, but yeah, they're hard at work also.
Two-parter. First off, obviously Jimmy's not out there. Confidence that he'll be back soon, but without him being there, Brian Boyer, it's a veteran presence. He does a lot on the field to come lead you guys. How happy have you been with Brian Boyer so far, being in your system again, and also what your initial interactions and thoughts with Michael Mayer as well?
So I've known Brian for a while, and Brian's a true pro. Really does a great job of understanding his assignment, also understanding how he may help others. And so, he's been in a role as a backup quarterback, what the responsibility is in that position, and takes full advantage of every opportunity that he has when he has repetitions, and he's getting a lot of them. Able to function in our system, give our other players their responsibility is to give the other 10 guys an opportunity to do their job well, and Brian does that very well. So excited about what he's doing. Continues to try to get better, even though he's been in the league for a number of years. Works very hard at it, takes care of his body, and is a great example for our guys. So very pleased with that. Michael's, really he's what we thought he was. Really a hard worker. Great teammate. Tries to get better every single day. Very attentive in the meetings. Works very hard. Wants to know how he can get better at being a pro. A lot of these rookies come in and they're everything. They're learning for the first time, and Michael's doing a great job of really trying to acclimate himself. I think he's actually taken some type of a leadership role with the rookie class, and that's great. Those guys need it. So very excited about Michael and where we're headed. A long way to go.
Hey, just know, are you planning on being on for a minute or what?
Mistakes, probably more than most, but that's part of the growth process.
You hear me?
What's that, Dustin?
Are you planning on being on for a minute or what?
Why, do you want to end it?
No, so where I'm gonna be leaving right now, I'm gonna be going down this highway. There's gonna be a section where I'm probably not gonna have service for probably 15-20 minutes. So I don't know if you want to stay on and watch and then talk about it when it's over. I'll come right back on if it drops. I'm just saying the next place I'm gonna get reception back is going to be back out on the other property.
All right.
So it's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. If you want to end it here, we can end it, or you guys can watch this, talk it, and then I'll be back on. But the thing is that if you guys hop off, we can't shut the show off because I have to be on here to turn it off.
Yeah, because he's the only one that has the keys to the channel right now. And the other one is only Jeff. So what do you want to do, Sergio?
How long did you say you're going to be off?
Probably 15 minutes, maybe. Where I'm going to be driving from is going to be in Newell, and I got to get all the way out to the other property, which is on state line. So it's going to be at least 15 minutes to 20 minutes in that space there. And I'm just saying if it cuts me off, but the last few times I've been through there, it cuts me off.
All right. I guess.
Because how much is left in the presser?
About 9 to 10 minutes. 9 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you guys got to talk for another fucking 5 or 10 minutes. You can't do that.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, we'll do that. I'll just be muted right now because I'm on the phone. So
yeah, I'm just
so when
saying,
this
like,
ends, then we'll talk about it, Sergio.
Yeah, all I'm saying is don't hop off this until I get back on here, okay? And I'm
Yeah, I
gonna go
got you.
right to the
All right,
first
yeah.
place I can get reception. I'm just saying, I know I'm gonna lose it out here. I don't know where
All
or
right,
when,
well, we got you.
but just like I said, I'll be back on when I get to the other property. But it's like I said, I'm at least 20 minutes from there.
All right, yeah, we got you.
All right, you can replay it or start it. Did it already show him say talk about him or no?
Talk about like no anxiety or
No, O'Connell.
I haven't really heard anything about O'Connell yet.
All right.
I've been hearing him mostly talk about like the rookies going into their second year, the players going into their second year.
Oh, like Butler and Neal.
Yeah.
All right, we can resume it.
All right.
You guys had a lot of cornerbacks this offseason, a lot of new faces in that rotation. How do you feel about that? I know it's early. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's competitive. There's no question. And again, the guys, the part that nobody really understands, and we talk about, look, acquisition's one part of trying to improve no matter what it is. And we basically tried to improve the competition in every room that we could. Okay, sometimes you don't get to do that because things fall a certain way, but acquisition is one way, development's another. So, the guys that are here for our second year with them, whether they were a rookie last year like Sam Webb, or it's just our second opportunity to work with them in the spring, like Nate Hobbs and Amik Robertson and those guys. I mean, there's an element of us, our responsibilities to improve the players that are already here, and so you can't really measure that. You can measure an acquisition and say, oh, that made the room better, but now's the time of the year we're trying to focus on developing everybody that we have, and how far can that go? We're going to see. We'd like it to go as far as we could, but a lot of competition. Guys that have played in this league, no question. Duke Shelley, David Long, those guys have all played. Brandon Faison was here before. He's played a lot of football in this league too. So, not to mention the young kids. So, a lot of guys getting a lot of reps. We've two-spotted a lot of drills so that they're all getting a ton of reps at this time of the year. So, gives us a great opportunity to evaluate them. Gives them great exposure to us. Like I said, making mistakes but getting better. So, excited about it.
Obviously, part of that is the work that the player puts in to improve. But from a coaching standpoint, what is sort of effective from your experience and helping the guy develop regardless of position?
I think you obviously have to know the player, create a relationship, and that's a old adage. Until they know you care, they don't really they don't really care how much you know. So that's part of this process now. Team building, I'd say relationship building for them to trust the things we're telling them to do, and figuring out each different player. None of them are the same. No two corners are the same. No two receivers are the same. No two quarterbacks are the same. They don't learn the same way. If they were all robots, that'd be great, in terms of what we could tell them. But there's a human element to teaching and developing a player or a room. And so, the coaches have a difficult job,
Hey, that was probably the most important thing McDaniels has said so far. Because one thing that everyone's been complaining about McDaniels is, I want you to do this, and if you can't do it now, I want you out of here. Right now, he just said it out of his own mouth. Not everyone learns the exact same way or at the same pace.
Right.
So
he also said you can tell that he's high on Duke Shelley because I always say when you bring up people's names first, it's because it's somebody that's stuck in your mind over and over, so he must be doing pretty well right now. So that's something you probably get from that presser too, is that Duke Shelley's probably doing all right.
Yeah, man, bro. Like that's why I've been saying you
You
fucking
figure
Amik.
you look at Duke Shelley and Long, and then he's named Facein last, just like I said him before. Because you know what he said when he mentioned him last was he said he was here previously as a Raider. Like he's trying to say something to bring him up, where he brought up Shelley and
Hey, bro. To be
Long
honest,
instantly.
this is. Hey, Dustin.
You
I
didn't
would
bring up
take.
Webb, like I always think about when you bring up people's names, like how you use them in contents of where you're at every day, and you're talking to specific destination that you're going to say it who's best first. You know what I mean? And I think when you're putting out Shelley, it just kind of makes me feel like how Max said Butler. You know what I mean?
And it's kind of like how it's kind of like
or any of those guys.
It's kind of like how Adams talked heavily on Webb, like last year when he talked about Hobbs, how he said Webb makes me gravitate towards him because he feels like there's something special that Webb has.
Hey, you? Hey, so let me ask you guys this:
That's all I say
do
is
you
like
guys really? Hey, do you guys really believe Amik's out of here? Because they're not really bringing him up.
I have
For
a
me,
feeling.
I think
Yeah, bro, get rid of him.
I will say he is the odd man out because Duke Shelley's his same size, but in my opinion, Duke Shelley's kind of a better corner than Amik.
Yeah, bro. Man, it's just.
I think
And I
Duke
prefer
Shelley,
Duke
as long as Duke Shelley can play in the outside, if Shelley plays good on the outside, you can say bye bye me.
Because you can't have two corners that are 5'8".
At the end of the day, at the end of the day, you got to go with who. Yeah, exactly.
Hey,
I said
David
you got to
Long,
go with better players.
How tall? Let me check David Long.
They're both 5'8".
Are they? Or I thought one was like 5'9".
That might be Shelley. I know Amik's 5'8".
He is 5'9". Shelley's 5'9".
All right.
Yeah, I thought.
He's like 5'9" and 3/4 or something like that.
Either way, they're undersized for their position, but Shelley, in my opinion, is the better corner.
Shut up, dog.
Once they get out there and play, they're gonna.
They actually right now on right now
nobody
on
brought up Crosby.
Right now on freaking ESPN, they have him as the right corner starting on the depth chart on ESPN. Duke Shelley. And Duke Shelley's 5'9".
I would doubt. I mean, I don't know if I would have him starting.
And the one that they have backing him up is David Long, that's 5'11". So David Long's a little bit taller. He's almost 6 feet tall.
I don't know, man. I mean, I would have to see where Sam Webb and all those guys are at, Bennett, and all that, dude. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'm just gonna hop over there to fucking Duke Shelley instantly. I mean, I gotta see how these guys are. I haven't even got to see any of them play.
They got Meek Robinson on the third team behind David Long.
If you guys could name your top 5 corners right now,
I'll go real quick.
Who would they be?
It would be Nate Hobbs, David Long, Bennett, Sam Webb. How many is that?
That's 4.
And Duke Shelley. And then honorable mention would be Brandon Faison.
All right.
If I'm going mine, it's gonna be Nate Hobbs, Hall, Bennett,
Or
Webb,
Hall, I meant Hall. That's
and
what.
then the last guy would have to be.
Sam Webb?
I already said Webb. It would just come down. Oh, I'd take Shelley, Duke
Yeah,
Shelley.
Sally. Yeah.
So there's my
Let's go with safeties real quick. Let's go with who's your two free safeties? Or
Well, who's
three.
your corners first? Who's
My
Sergio's
corners?
corners?
Oh yeah, do your corners and then we'll do our safeties.
My outside corner one, Nate Hobbs. Corner two, I mean, with how much hype Duke Shelley's getting, maybe, but I'm still high on Jacorian Bennett, so that's 3. Tyler Hall in the slot. And I think number 5, that's in between Brandon and Long right now.
Yeah. And let's go with safeties. So your 5 safeties. I think there's gonna be 5 there too.
If I can name 5, I think the first starting 2 is going to be Morrig and Epps because I think they're going to try to get more.
Them two.
And then it's going to be Smith, Isaiah Palomalu, and then
It's out of Roger Teamer or Johnson.
I would pick Johnson.
Yeah, Johnson over man, bro. I don't like Teamer.
I actually, to be honest,
Or Amik Robinson. Robinson.
Oh yeah, if they try to have him play safety.
So
that's where
your linebackers. Let's go over the linebackers real quick. The 3 starters, and then we'll do their backups.
Divine Diablo, Robert Spillane,
Luke Masterson.
It'd be either Masterson or honestly Bernie.
Bernie.
If Bernie's development is pushed right away, but if Masterson lives up the hype that he got, then it might be Diablo, Robert, and Masterson.
So this will be my 3. So Divine, Robert Spillane, Luke Masterson, and then my backups will be Darian Butler. I think Drake Thomas makes it somehow, but I don't see us keeping 6 linebackers. So I'll do Drake Thomas and Bernie, Amir Bernie, for my 3 or
So
for my 2 backups.
Butler gets cut.
Butler goes back to the practice squad.
All right. Defensive lineman, I don't know if I want to go through that because that's a lot. That's a lot.
Hey, let me do my edge rushers real quick. So my starters is Chandler Jones, Mad Max, and then eventually will be Tyree Wilson. And my 4th would be Adam Plant.
I have.
Yep.
Actually, I'm gonna change my linebacker because I did say Shanna's gonna be outside linebacker. So my 2 DNs would be Max and Tyree, and then I'll have. I'll have Kuntz and Jordan Willis.
Oh yeah, and let me just throw in the other guy too because he doesn't count against our roster, our 53. Throw in the one from Nigeria, so we get an extra there. So 5, but there's only 4 that count against the roster.
Yeah, that's who I have. Tyree,
Why are
Max.
hold on. Why are you getting an extra?
Huh?
He's
You
giving
only
them
get
the
it.
extra
You only
because of
get the
the
quarterback that's extra.
No,
So I
the
don't.
one from Nigeria does not count against the roster
Why?
because of he's coming through that special thing coming from another country and playing. They don't count him against the roster.
That's crazy as fuck. I don't know about that. Why wouldn't they have 10 of them guys then?
Huh?
He said, "Why wouldn't they
If
have
that was the case, why wouldn't everybody have 10 of them?
I don't know. Some of them are good, some of them aren't. They just keep them around to see if they make
Free player is a free player. I mean, regardless. So I don't know if that. Where did you see that at?
I looked it up when we got him. It says that he will not count against the roster.
I don't
Can you
know.
verify that, Sergio?
I'll try.
I mean, if he's on the roster, he's going to
No.
count as a player.
Or Ozzy, can you explain it in the chat? Salute my boy Guerrero. What's good, Guerrero?
You should be able to just Google him and say, does he count against the roster? I mean, I'm pretty sure he's going to count if he's
Nigerian
playing.
football player that with the Las
Plays
Vegas
for the
Raiders
Raiders
count.
and count against the roster. I mean, it's going to say if he's on there, it's going to count. Like, how about you just go over to the roster right now that shows the
Will
90
not
players
count
and
against
count them?
It says right here will not count against the Raiders 90 player training.
That's different. That's different.
And
He's
can stay with
That's the
100% counting against
and it
that
says
53
right here
man.
and can stay with the team the entire season.
Yeah, but it says he don't count against the 90. He gonna count on that 53 man roster. You mark it. And just because he's on with the team doesn't mean that he's on the starting team. He can be on the practice squad. If he suits on game day and he has a chance to be inactive, he's counting for sure.
But it says the entire season. He could be on the roster the entire season, it says.
I don't think he can be on the starting roster.
It says right here, bro. On the and can stay with the Raiders the entire
90 man.
season. He could stay with the Raiders the entire season.
Okay. Why? Oh, if that's the case, you're misreading it. Like you're straight misreading it. Why did it say the 90 man roster? Why wouldn't it said? Well, listen. Why wouldn't it have said the 53 man roster? Why wouldn't it have said the 53 man roster? Why did it say the 90? That's all I'm saying is that if it said the 53 man roster and he can stay there the whole year, that would be different. That would be different. But the fact that it didn't say that and that it says the 90 man roster makes me feel that he can be there in the team, but he's either in the fucking inactive or he's in the fucking practice squad. It didn't say anything about him being on the 53 man roster and not counting towards a roster spot. And I've always said there's a key word in there instantly, which says 90 man. Says 90 man. It didn't say 53. It said 90.
Against the 53-man roster.
It says that. Like I said, those players, dude, I guarantee you that it's just on the probably be on the fucking practice squad. Like I said, if that was a loophole in the NFL, there would be
It
all
says
kind of
right
motherfuckers.
here. It says right here, the Raider means the Raiders and 7 other teams involved won't have to cut someone else to make some room. The player will have he has a chance to make the 53, but
See?
if they
Told
don't,
you.
they can be added to the practice squad and won't
Told you.
count towards the practice squad limit either.
I told you. I said that the whole time.
I still think
So it's a big difference when you're saying that a player goes against a 53-man roster, not counting. I said the whole time that the only way I can see it is if it was going to. You're fucking crazy.
No, it's just I think he's just a better player.
You ain't even seen him play. How do you make that accusation? You got a highlight reel of this motherfucker? Where's the highlight reel of him?
Yes, I have.
He doesn't have any. I don't think he
has
has any.
He's lying. He's fucking lying.
He's from Nigeria. I don't even think they have like.
Watch, I'll go look it up right now.
I've seen the tape, dude. Like, he ain't got no fucking reels. He's just got fucking like a school fucking deal. Like, this guy over here, I swear, he said, "Oh, he's better."
The Nigerian football player that the Raiders got.
God damn, this is insane. He's better than Coons. Like, fuck. Yeah, like I said, I knew the second he said that shit. The second he said that, I knew that full count against the 53-man roster. I knew it instantly. I don't gotta look that shit up. I know the rules in the NFL. Like, I knew that fucking second that the 90 doesn't matter. I mean, 90 or 91 because they're doing a deal with those guys. That's a whole different ball game. And I even said, what if he goes to the practice squad or inactive? It wouldn't matter. But the 53, I mean, fuck, you can go get 10 dudes. You can go get 10 motherfuckers and bring them over here and put them on your team. You can have 63 people. No way in hell that's happening.
I can't see myself doing anything else. So that's what I'm passionate.
Maybe they don't count against the practice. They don't count if they're active. That's facts. 100.
I just don't like Malcolm Kuntz.
Where's his tape? Did he get it?
Yeah, I got it.
You're so full of shit.
You screen
Hey, bro, he's a killer.
He doesn't fucking got it because it don't exist. Fucking guy, what they use 2 sticks in a fucking shape of a fucking square and then put 2 people in there and no, I'm just kidding. You know they got fucking phones there, but still I'm just saying like I think if I remember right, they had like a high school clip of them or something. It was
Hey, this guy's a freak athlete though.
No, you guys just read fucking people's shit that have words like that.
No, I got access.
Yeah. Where did you see it? Did you see him? Did you see him work out? How come everybody in the nation didn't get him? Why didn't he go draft it?
Because they're all up on the Jimmy G talk right now.
How come they didn't bring him over here and let him play in one of the schools and give him a full ride scholarship? This guy sacks 8-9 dudes over in the place where fucking you can probably sack anybody. You probably touch them and they fall over.
Yeah, I'd rather take fucking that guy over Kuntz.
Oh, I'm glad you're not building my team because if you're building my team,
I'm
He'd
gonna
have
get
some.
here and get.
Nah, hell no, you ain't.
Fuck yeah,
Hell
bro.
no, you ain't.
Fuck yeah, I'll tell Dave.
This,
Oh no,
this
Dave, it's
guy.
time to move on. Let's move on from him.
Nah, he'll laugh at you. He'll be like, "Fuck, all right, time to move on." Security. He'll be
Hey,
like, "Security,
hey,
come
guess
get this guy."
guess who's gonna be the starting right tackle?
Jermaine Illuminar.
Or no, I meant right guard.
If you say
He's gonna say
Van,
Munford, dude. Watch, I bet anything. He's gonna say fucking Munford. Like I just have this feeling in the world. Who?
Oh, I
Moody
wonder
or
where he's
something.
from. I
Is he
wonder
I
from
where.
guarantee.
I wonder where this guy's from.
Who?
The guy that I'm gonna talk about right now.
You're probably gonna talk about Moody then.
Strongest person that's been able to work out. He's gonna be the starting right guard. It's the Hatim Muti.
Hey, I've searched up for like anything I could find. I can't find a single
I
highlight.
told you guys I have access to this shit.
Can you
He's
screen share?
full. He is lying. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you exactly what he has access to. Bullshit. That's what he got access to. He has access to bullshit.
I gotta
Like,
go
dude,
call
I
the
can.
agent.
The second he opened his mouth, I smelled bad breath on YouTube, bro. Like I already knew right away.
Hey, I gotta make a quick phone call. I'll be right back. I gotta call Nigeria real quick.
What?
Is it? I bet it's Derek.
You're a bullshit. You can't hop off. My phone's gonna cut off, so you can't hop off.
Hey, but I gotta get Aiden
Guy said
up.
I'm gonna call Nigeria.
You're gonna call the Nigerian.
I'm gonna go send a message to fucking Aiden O'Connell. Tell him to pull up when he's free.
Oh my god! All right, let's
Rule
keep
number
watching.
4.
Let's keep watching the interview, the press conference.
Sometimes they got 10, 11 guys in their room. Might be 10, 11 different ways that they.
The year this was made.
They're trying to
game used jersey. I don't know about this game used jersey. It's supposed to be from that player. I mean,
you got to find different ways to do that and communicate it to different guys. So there's a lot that goes into it, and I think we have a really good staff that understands teaching and the pace that we.
All right, I'll be back in 20 minutes.
32 teams are starting kind of at ground zero right now. Same time talking to Max Crosby last week and Devontae Adams, how much further ahead they feel in terms of the operation. Do you guys sense that as well from the coaching staff?
Yeah, I think look, anytime you're new, it's new. You know what I mean? So, you just, I think the more time you're together, the more comfortable you get. It's like a marriage.
It's actually pretty funny.
So, when you go on a first date, it's, you might be a little nervous and all that stuff. And then, the more you know, the more you talk, the more you get to know the program and what we're doing and how they do it and how we want to. And they have great feedback to us too, and part of, I think part of our comfort level and their comfort level is our ability to listen to one another and really understand, where they're coming from. We do a lot of that as we go through the year and try to figure out exactly, what the best way to do everything is. And so I think we're all more comfortable.
Josh, I was wondering what Adam planned. What made you think this guy might be able to come into camp and he's try to work his way onto a roster and kind of his development and so forth? And he seems like he's a pretty good kid. I was kind of wondering how his development.
Yeah, good kid. Certainly has some of the tools that you look for to play on the edge, length and size and some quickness, some pass rush, some ability to play in a running game. So just those are the look. When you're looking for players after the draft, the first thing you're trying to figure out is if the guy has the traits that you can work with to develop. And part of that is maturity, intelligence, work ethic, the things that you can't necessarily measure at the combine. And so we have a lot of obviously, as scouts do a lot of work, and we have a lot of sources to try to gather as much information as we can on the players that we bring in after the draft. And looking forward to continue to work with him. And like you saw last year, we had a number of players that weren't drafted that made our football team and played a lot, contributed. So those guys have just as good of an opportunity as everybody else.
I know you're confident Jimmy will be back, but when Jimmy does come back, this time that's being missed, how valuable?
Okay, I'm about to rewind this.
Did he do it?
Hey,
What?
Sergio, they're talking about my boy Adam Plant.
No, they're talking about Jimmy G right now.
Oh yeah, he shut it down too again.
All right,
Later.
so watch this. So watch McDaniel's face right when the interviewer asks this question about Jimmy G.
Good of an opportunity as everybody else.
I know you're confident Jimmy will be back, but when Jimmy does come back, this time that's being missed, how?
Does anyone else think how creepy that is?
With this time of event to work with guys, what can you do to kind of build that chemistry? When he's not on the field.
Wait when they bring up O'Connell's name, and he's just like,
And there's definitely going to be players that miss time, and I mean, just Josh Jacobs wasn't able to do a whole lot last year either. Decent year, So
okay, what I actually really like, I think he was trying to make a joke.
He's like decent year.
I think he was trying to make a joke where he said Josh Jacobs wasn't like at practice much last offseason, and he had quote unquote decent year, meaning like he was the best running back last year. That's like him joking around, like you guys, like I'm not taking this seriously as you guys are.
Again,
Danny said that they have a decent year too.
I don't want to overstate any of that stuff. You know what I mean? The relationships, the trust, the communication, the rapport, all that stuff's being built. He's here every day, obviously, and the guys are getting to know each other, which is a great thing. I don't want to overstate or understate the importance of OTAs or anything like that. It's an important time of the year, but there's also a lot of players that can't participate in it. And again, remember, it's voluntary. So there's players that aren't participating in it, across the league. So that doesn't mean that, this year is going to be bad for him and not good for him and all the rest of it. So, like I said, I have no anxiety about it. I'm excited that he's here.
I even had to say today, check it out.
Looking forward to it when he's out there.
You talked about traits when it comes to young guys. Aiden O'Connell, one of his traits is intelligence and being able to pick up stuff pretty quickly. Have you been able to see that so far?
Yeah, like I said, it's spinning. The quarterbacks are probably spinning as much as anybody. So.
All right, he's talking about
that's
O'Connell.
Definitely part of the allure with Aiden. Look, he played a lot of football in a good conference in college football. Had a winning record in the Big Ten every year that he played there at Purdue, which isn't easy to do. And he's played against good competition. He's accurate with the ball.
Hey, that's something I like that he said, that he played in Purdue and had a winning season every year in the Big Ten, which is something that's really hard to do.
He loves the game of football. He works very hard at it, which to me, if you don't have those two things at this position, it's going to be hard for you to ever, continue to grow and develop at that place. So, he's getting a lot of reps. He'll make mistakes and learn from them every day, and then hopefully not make them again. That's the process that we're going through with the quarterbacks right now. And really love his attitude and demeanor, the way he approaches football and how he attacks every day. So he's got a plan, and that usually bodes well for you in terms of improving.
It seems like the guy that's got the most continuity in that quarterback room, Chase Garbers, nobody really talks about a lot. What kind of development have you seen being in the system over years? And also, why don't you?
I don't.
Okay, so watch right when the interviewer said, "Why don't you have anxiety?" I mean, he's just been laughing at these questions.
Why don't you have any anxiety?
I don't worry about the things I can't control. You know what I mean? And so, like I said, I have very good information that would tell me that we're going to be fine. You know what I mean? So again, that's nothing has happened that would have changed that. Okay, so that's why I feel that way. As it pertains to Chase, again, another young guy that got to see it up close and personal all year last year. Went on the road trips with us. Was on the sideline during the games. I would say, a very important year for any young player. As they go through that, and then to come back this year much further ahead, understands the things that are required and asked of the quarterback position a lot better now than he did last year. Operating the offense, the cadence, the play calls, understanding where to go. I'm not saying it's all perfect. It's not. But, every quarterback from year one to year two, usually there's a comfort level that they can get to where the things that they were really worried about last year were, how do I call the play right? How do I remember the cadence when I'm, all that stuff is kind of like second nature now, and so it's good to see that from him. Now we're just, obviously working on all the other things, accuracy, reads, seeing the coverage. There's another bucket of things that a quarterback's got to move on to, but like the way Chase is working as well. Good. Okay. You got it.
All right, now draw a clown paint on his face, and he looks like one of those rednecks on House of a Thousand Corpses. That's funny. But yeah, I think another thing that I like that he said is, I can't do much to the things I can't control. That's another thing that I would like to read for last year, and something that Dustin heavily got into big arguments about right when the offseason started is, what is McDaniel supposed to do when at least half the roster is injured and the entire defense is on IR? At that point, what are you supposed to do? And anyone that's going to say, well, some teams still make it to the playoffs with an injured roster. You can't name me one team that had at least 5 to 6 UDFAs starting on the defense. That's unheard of. UDFAs, not player. These are players that didn't even
that made
expect.
it to the playoffs.
These are players that didn't even expect to be on the field because they're UDFAs. Hey, Ozzy, that's why I'm saying, like, I've never seen a coach smile to questions like that. Like, that's why when people are saying, oh, he's just smiling to make it seem like everything's fine, I'm like, have you ever seen a coach smile like that? He's probably smiling. He's laughing.
He knows something. He's smiling because he knows something.
And basically, it's kind of something that I like to think of where, like, why I like to defend Patrick Graham a little bit, because yes, his play calling was a little questionable for my taste, but then again, this is why I say I don't care about the offense that much. It's the defense that I'm looking at, because I want to know if Patrick Graham can be legit with the players he has now, because these are the players that he wants. I mean, literally every defensive player we drafted is the player he wants. And how much he's talked about players and stuff, especially like Chandler Jones. I expect Chandler Jones to at least have a better year then. By how much they're talking about Chandler Jones and stuff, I expect him to have a better year, even though he's at the brink of retirement. Might as well go out with the bang. And can I expect the defense to be top 20? I mean, that's just hoping. Right now, for me personally, I don't think it could be any worse than 25th. It might be like between 20 to 25. If I can say what we upgraded and what we downgraded in, the defensive line automatically upgraded, I think, with the addition of Tyree, Byron, and Nesta Jade. That just, even UDFAs like Adam Plant, that immediately just makes the defensive line better, because against opponents besides Patrick Mahomes, of all people, now you can pressure the quarterbacks really well. especially quarterbacks that don't run a lot, like Lamar or um, Hurts. So that can help out a lot, especially if Chandler's going to be the outside linebacker, and it is a little bit of speculation, but I feel like this is what's going to happen. If Chandler's the outside linebacker, Tyree's the defensive end, plays defensive tackle once in a while. You have Max as a defensive end, switch between Neil Farrell, Byron Young, or Jerry Tillery, Bilal Nichols, whoever's there. I think you automatically boost your defensive line to the point where you can get enough pressures enough to why I say Max is going to get 15 plus sacks this season. I can guarantee it. And if I had money to where I can bet $1,000 on the spot, I would. And when it comes to the linebackers, I wouldn't say it's downgraded, but I wouldn't say it's upgraded. And the reason why everyone's saying it's downgraded is just because of the Denzel Perryman deal. Even though Robert Spillane is basically another Denzel Perryman, and in my opinion, it's kind of not changed that much, not changed in a negative way, but they add, they added players, but they added players to where Jalen Brown didn't play, Micah Kaiser didn't play. There's a bunch of linebackers that didn't play. So anyone that's saying we downgraded, can you at least tell me why? Besides saying Denzel Perryman, because we brought in a new Denzel Perryman. Robert Spillane is literally Denzel Perryman. When it comes to the cornerback room, yes, Rocky Sin. I really wish we kept Rocky Sin, but I kind of feel like Rams going to play his defense a little differently this season, especially since they said Isaiah Palmau is going to play box safety, a linebacker. So to where you have Hobbs on the outside, and Hobbs played pretty good on the outside before his injury, and you'll have Tyler Hall in the slot, and apparently everyone is very high on him, and how high the coaches are on him. All you need now is a corner two, and that can be either Chakorian, who I'm personally high on. It could be Brandon Faison. It could be Duke Shelley, who many are high on. It could be David
Sam
Long.
Webb.
Could be Sam Webb. Devontae's high on Sam Webb. That says a lot. And when it comes to the safeties, Christopher Smith, he's a baller. I mean, the dude has the most big game experience out of all of the defensive players that we brought in the past 2 seasons. He's played in, like, I think 4 bowl games. He's played in 4 national championship games. He's he's allowed an average career passer rating. Mind you, he's played nearly 50 games, and he's allowed a passer rating of I can't say to be exact. I know it's in the 50s. It's probably in the mid 50s, but you have to think, and he's only allowed 1 touchdown. Nearly 50 games and has only allowed 1 touchdown, but has 6 interceptions. That's a playmaker. That's someone that I think was probably arguably our biggest defensive steal in the entire draft. And it looks like he could steal Trayvon Moorick's job. Like, that's basically where we're at right now. Trayvon Moorick can't adjust to Patrick Graham's system because Moorick is a zone safety. He's not a man-to-man safety. He relies on others around him. He can't man up to someone. If you can prove me wrong, like, flowers to him. Like, I'm not saying like he never will. I'm just saying like he has to now. And we have Marcus Epps, who people are speculating he's going to be strong safety, even though he's supposedly played better at free safety. It seems like they're going to have
And he played in the box, too. He was a box linebacker in the Eagles.
Yes, and so Trayvon Moorick is kind of the only safety that's in a question mark right now. And then basically, yeah, so when you put that, like, the defense, like, on paper, roster-wise, did get better when you look at it like that. I'm not going to say the defense like is better to where they're going to dominate or it's going to be like a shutdown defense. There's going to be problems. There's going to be some issues, obviously, but it's going to be to where it's not going to be like we're just face palming every game. Like, yep, this is the classic Raiders defense. We just can't can't stop anything. We can't stop anyone. I do think we're going to get a lot of more playmaking because we brought in players that make plays, especially people that know when to make plays and how to make plays. I think it was CBS that did this. They kind of did like a diss on us where they said in the past 2 seasons, Raiders have had 12 interceptions. Meanwhile, Trayvon Moore has had 14 himself. So that's pretty bad. And
He had 14 himself.
Yeah, himself.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, and this is where, like, if I can say, so when people say, like, even like, I hear like some people say like the roster has got worse or something. Let's go to I already did the defense. Let's go to the offense. The offensive line was top 10 last year. They gave our quarterback top 3 most time in the pocket before he got pressured and before he got sacked to throw the ball. They were 9th in sacks allowed. They were getting better and better despite having 18 rotations. I give heavy credit to our offensive linemen. And basically, they have the same players, but they're adding people now. And whenever it's whoever's going right now, the only question is right guard. Whoever's going to be the starter, whether it's McLennan Curtis, who I'm very high on, if it's going to be Natane Moody, Van Rotten, which I don't think will be, Alex Bars, which he should not be on the field. That's the only question with the offensive line. I will not be surprised the offensive line is top 10 again. I wouldn't be surprised because Dylan Parham's going to have a breakout season. Jermaine Illuminar, if he can just fix the penalties, that's all he needs to fix. Colton Miller's Colton Miller, Andre Dreams. They have faith in him, so I trust them with that. When it comes to wide receivers, automatically got better. We had actually, I'm not even going to talk about wide receivers. We had no wide receivers last year. We only had Devontae Adams. Matt Collins was here and there. But now when you have Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, who's a wide receiver too, you Hunter Renfrow, who is arguably our best slot receiver. You have now Trey Tucker, who they're trying to have be a rotational piece and a special teamer. You have Philip Dorset, who's also a rotational piece, special teamer. Andre Carter, one of the best special teamers. You have Cam Sims, who can play tight end. You have who else do you have? DJ Turner, who has upside. Trying to think of another guy. I can't remember.
Johnson from Tampa Bay.
And then you look at the tight ends. Tight ends got way better. I don't know if anyone's heard this, but did you hear that the second-year tight end on the Giants stole Darren Waller's first team reps?
Did he?
He did.
Let's go.
And I laughed when I heard this. I'm like, let me get this straight. Someone that's on their sophomore year is playing first team snaps and Darren Waller isn't? And people are telling me that was a bad trade.
Hey, like I said, in time we'll see. But Waller's gonna have a good game day, and then he's gonna stop.
He's gonna shit the bed when we play him.
He's gonna get ridiculed over there and fucking.
Oh yeah, didn't you guys know that fucker made a new rap video now? He has one out there.
What a sucking!
Trash. It's trash, bro. That shit garbage.
This is how you suck a dick. You cut the nuts and hold the shaft. You put it in your mouth and lick it all around. That's exactly what fucking song is.
Yeah,
you keep on looking till that white fluid comes out. Keep on looking till it comes out.
Yeah, with the tight end position, we added Michael Mayer, who got recognition from Travis Kelce, the best tight end in the league. So that's a plus. Gronkowski,
Yes.
who's the best tight end in the past 20 years.
If not one of the best ever play, too. I mean,
Fucking and Greg Olsen too. Greg Olsen, the tight end, was there too.
Like Shannon Sharp acknowledged him. Like basically the best tight ends acknowledged him, and that's something to say. If the guy that got drafted in the
this is
second
my
round,
opinion too.
if the third tight end got more recognition by Hall of Famers than the first and second tight ends that were drafted, that says a lot.
He's the best tight end in this year's draft, hands down.
And by how much the Hall of Famers, the alumni that were at the OTAs, how much they surrounded Mayer, how much everyone's been surrounding Mayer. Like this dude was basically our first round pick, but in the second round.
Yep. That they were willing to trade with the Queefs to get him with the last pick in the first round.
Yeah. And then you have Austin Hooper, who is a very productive tight end, who he can block, he can receive. He's more of a blocker than a receiver, but that's good that we have a blocker in this system. You have OJ Howard, who is given the chance to make a comeback for him. He's a really good receiving tight end. Then you have, who else do you have? I know we have someone else. Is it?
We got
Horsted.
Horsted. He's a good depth piece. Then moving on from the tight end position, I went from O-line, tight end, wide receiver, running back. So the case in point here is, let's just say, Jacobs staying. All right, we got Jacobs. Good. Who's behind him? So
it's gonna come down to McCormick.
Better. I don't know. I'm not gonna talk about it.
It's gonna come down from Bennett, and not Bennett. What's his name?
Britton Brown.
No.
It's Zeus.
No, the one that was on IR. Sincere McCormick.
Sincere McCormick.
So it's gonna come down to him and Zeus, I think.
Yeah, if I can say like my top.
I mean, my daughter will outrun Zeus. My daughter doesn't run
Zeus will not make the team. He's gonna be on the practice squad this year. McCormick's just gonna.
If I can say my top 4 running backs, it would be Jacobs, Amir, Sincere, and Brown. And
Amir
the reason why Amir Abdullah. The reason why I have him as the second is because
of his ability.
He's technically our best receiving running back, and he's also good in the special teams. And Ziegler's very high on him. He even told McDaniels, like, you used Abdullah wrong last season.
Sincere can catch. He's a scat back player too.
I'm just saying Amir's right now, until proven otherwise, the best receiving back that we have. I'm not like discrediting the other ones. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's right. He is the best receiving back.
And with Sincere, obviously, we're all really high. Like all 3 of us are very high in Sincere. And
yes, definitely.
He should win if he's given the chance. He should make an impact. Because he's
gonna have to earn it. He's gonna have to go out there and earn it in practice.
Because if he has the same he's basically another bowling ball. He's like Jacobs, another bowling ball, a cowbell. Only difference is he is by height smaller. I mean, there is a lot of those small running backs nowadays. Like running backs used to be over 6 foot. Now they're like 5'9". So
Simon Smith was like what, 5'10", 5'8".
Now moving on from the running back position, now we got the quarterbacks, and you can argue whether it's an upgrade or a downgrade. I will say in this system specifically, it is an upgrade because of how the quarterbacks just know the system, how Jimmy G said straight out of his mouth, it's like going from French to Spanish, when Devontae said it's like learning Chinese. And then O'Connell, I think he'll pick it up. I don't think he'll basically be like a Mac Jones. He'll pick it up, and Brian Hoyer is there, so he'll teach them better. He's like a quarterback coach. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to like get too much in the quarterbacks just because it's the most controversial position that we have. So yeah, I mean, that's how I can say basically that the roster is technically improved from last year. I mean, I just went down from each position.
Facts.
And anyone that wants to say otherwise, you can tell me personally if you want. If you don't want to say it here, you can like DM me personally. I mean, my Instagram is right there. Like, you want to have a civil conversation, just how did the roster get worse from last year? If we want to talk about the year before, we can't because that's the year before. That's not how this works.
They'll
And
say it got worse because Josh was coaching.
yeah, they'll just say that basically,
Yep.
or because Derek Carr is not the QB.
Yeah, somehow they're gonna come up with something else.
Oh fuck! Don't get him started with that. Derek Carr ain't the
Yeah,
QB.
that's the only thing. That's the only thing we're gonna talk about with the Derek Carr QB thing.
That's the only thing
Don't get me
motherfuckers been
started with
talking
that.
about for
You guys
fucking
don't want to. Hey, you guys don't want to see crying Carr back on the podium tonight. This is the real number 4, Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah, where's Carr? You got a picture of Carr?
Nah, Carr went to the garbage. That picture gone. I got the real number 4.
You must have
Hey,
Carr on.
this should be like a new slogan for us, Dustin. Haters are still fans.
The actual truth.
No, our safety room is a big upgrade too. Can we agree with that?
I will say most definitely if they can bring back Harmon to a very cheap deal, hands down, probably the best besides the defensive line, best position, like the second best position on field.
But the thing is, I'm cool with Epps being the head one in that.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean
cool
that's
with
why
him.
I'm saying like it's good. I'm just saying like if they added Harmon, it'd be like,
but
hands down, like.
But I like our young safeties.
I know it's just the veteran. It's just
I'm
the
a big
veteran
Isaiah
presence.
Palamel. Hey Dustin, since day one, since we started this YouTube channel, who's been the biggest Isaiah Palamel fan? Since way before during training camp, I
know Dustin.
I'm a
Dustin
big
kind of
fan.
doesn't believe that much in Isaiah Paul until proven otherwise. I will respect it though. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I was goes is Harmon brings veteran. Usually, it's good for position to have a veteran presence because kind of like how Hoyer's that veteran presence for the QB room because he knows a lot more than the younger guys.
That is facts.
The rooms with the biggest upgrades: tight end, wide receiver, D line. I can agree with that. I can agree with that fully. That tight end, wide receiver.
But there's one thing. There's one, but there's 2 that he's missing in there.
Well, he was probably named in the top 3.
No, there's a top 5. These are my top 5. Add the quarterback to that room. Safety, cornerback, and the O-line.
I can say top 5. Number 1, I'll go with the tight ends. Number 2, the wide receivers. Number 3, defensive line. Number 4, the safeties. Number 4, I'll say the O-line. Just because even though I already said the O-line is kind of the same as last year, I guess it is a big upgrade because whoever's a starter, I mean, it's just going to make the O-line official because it's good that you bring back everyone because out of a top 10 O-line, but all you do is just replace one player. I think that's good. I've been trying to think really heavily which one was a downgrade, and that's why I said for the linebackers, because everyone, an easy pick would be the linebackers. But like I said, if you forget about Denzel Perryman, and we've already discussed this, Robert Spillane is another Denzel Perryman. You look at it, not much has changed. You can say that in a negative perspective or a positive perspective, but we can only say either it upgraded or didn't during the season. Just because the additions we made at linebacker were basically Spillane and Amari Burney and Drake Thomas. And Amari Burney was a sixth round pick. Drake Thomas was a UDFA. If they can be over expectations, then that's great. Perfect. With the cornerback room, it's kind of the same feeling. Like I don't want to like when it comes to like it being worse, the only argument that anyone would make is the Rocky Sin deal. But like I said, then again, like another thing like about when people say like Jacorian Bennett, like he was picked in the fourth, that's a developmental piece. I will disagree. My reasoning being is because just because where you're picked does not determine who you are. I mean, then again, let's remember where Max Crosby was picked and he didn't end up being a developmental piece. Let's remember where Hunter Renfrow was picked and he didn't end up being a developmental piece. Let's bring up where who else? Who else was like a late round pick that like became a star? Um trying to think. Oh, Nate Hobbs. Nate Hobbs was also like a mid to late round pick, and we're all high on him. And that's why I'm saying just because you're picked there doesn't mean that's who you are. It's kind of like with Michael Mayer. Michael Mayer was a second round pick, but we all know that he is the best tight end in the draft. That's not being biased on my team or being biased on the player. That's because I know that he's the point of a tight end position is that you can receive and block at a high level. You're basically a offensive tackle that can catch, but you're also a receiver that can block. And Dalton, who was picked in the first round, good receiver, can't block. Sam Laporta, good receiver, okay blocker. But Michael Mayer specifically, great blocker and also a great receiver. I mean, he put up like he has the record breaking, like he holds the record at Notre Dame history of the most receptions, touchdown, and yardage out of any tight end that Notre Dame has ever had. He's also like top, at worst, top 20 or top 15 in receptions, yardage, and touchdowns as a receiver, not just a tight end. So that kind of shows just how big. This is the reason why they gave him the nickname Baby Gronk, because he plays like Gronk. Like he's a big bodied tight end who can block and receive at a high level. Now, usually tight ends don't really have the best of seasons their rookie year. It's not as good as many people would hope. I do hope he has that season where I personally believe he'll have a season where it's at least 600 to at most 750 yards. My reasoning behind that is because most of the focus will be on the receivers like Jacoby, Renfrow, Adams. So Mayer might be used mostly as a blocking tight end more than receiving. He'll be used in the red zone. I believe he'll get like 7 to 9 touchdowns, which is kind of good because that's where Jimmy G mostly focuses on when it comes to the tight ends is he uses them heavily in the red zone, which is something that we definitely need in the red zone. And that's another thing that I can say is the red zone. I do believe the red zone will get a lot better just because we have players that make plays in the red zone. Now, I don't want to bash Carr. I don't want to say he's bad, but I will say since 2017, he technically has been one of the worst in the red zone. And whether what the context is, anyone wants to say what receiver he has, what tight end he has, who's there. The point is that he was bad. That is right, Ozzy. Ziegler did have a second round grade on Bennett. That's what makes me believe that Bennett's going to get a lot more play time than a lot of people suspect. And not only that, but Bennett has put up numbers that were better than Sauce Gardner. In the Big Ten, Bennett has had more pass breakups in 2021 than Sauce Gardner, and he had, I think, 3 less than Sauce or 4 less in 2022. He was also deemed as one of the best playmaking corners, and he was also part as the best cornerback duo in the Big Ten. And in my personal opinion, not hating on the player, but I think Deontay Banks was a big reach. I don't think he's a first round pick as a corner. If you can prove me wrong, give him his flowers, give him the praise, apologies, hope you accept them. That is true, Ozzy. Foster Moreau was a 4th round pick, and first year was really good. Kind of fell off after that. Had some more production when Waller got hurt, but he's not the same as his rookie year. And I think that's something that us Raider fans need to be better at is sometimes a player isn't as good as they once were. Now, I know that this is going to be like beating a dead horse, but this is a good example to use. You're not going to see the 2016 Carr where he ran every game. You're at most going to see the 2020 Carr where he doesn't run, but it'll be very accurate. He'll not have that many interceptions. He'll have good touchdowns. And I'm just saying at best. Or like Darren Waller. You're not going to see the Darren Waller. If he can prove me wrong, he'll prove me wrong. I don't believe he'll prove me wrong. Josh Jacobs. We might see it again because I don't want to say Josh Jacobs is just going to fall off randomly. Who else is a player?
Hey, hey, hey! You guys want to know something? Why fucking AB really called Mike Mayock a white cracker?
What?
He called Mike Mayock a white cracker. You remember that?
Who did?
AB.
Antonio Brown?
Because yeah, he fucked up on a play, so the coaches got on him, and then when he was jogging back, he looked like all mad going back, and then he fucking went on the defensive side. This was in Alameda at their practice facility. He fucking told him, "You don't talk to me like that," and then fucking the defensive players had it to get him away from him. I'll punch your ass, you white cracker. And then they ended practice, so they ended practice. The next day he came back like nothing happened.
I mean, Antonio Brown is
another.
he's
Hey, the
mentally
crazy
insane.
shit is too. This other shit. He fucking had his own Airbnb away from the players because you know that they were in hotels right next to up in Napa. He had his own Airbnb, and fucking when he needed or they did curfew checks, he wasn't around at the room. He was at his Airbnb, like shit. Nothing, like shit didn't stink with him. Isn't that shit crazy that he
I
got
mean,
away
yeah,
with a lot of shit?
it's Antonio Brown.
Hey, bro, and then why didn't he go to a big school in Florida? Isn't he from Florida?
Who,
Because the same
Antonio?
shit was then when he was playing in college. That's why he went to a small school.
Where was the info about the AB charade?
I'll just keep it private.
Okay. Yeah, basically we're
Yeah.
back on the roster change. Basically where like I hear many say we had a bad offseason or Ziegler doesn't know what he's doing. We can talk about anything with Josh, Dustin's going to be the Josh McDaniels defender. I'm going to be the Dave Ziegler defender, just because how Dave Ziegler makes contracts, how he evaluates players, how he uses his words, how he how he drafted this year, especially how he already told us what the plans are going to be and stuff like that. And that's where like I trust Ziegler. Obviously what I said like right when the offseason started, I don't want anyone talking about McDaniels because this is about Ziegler now. Ziegler's the one signing the free agents. He's the one
Hey
drafting.
guys, it's already 11 o'clock, so I'm about to jam.
All right.
I'm tired. Owls Ghost, call me.
Now, yes, Josh McDaniels is the head coach, so he'll talk to Ziegler on what he is looking at for a player or what he's seeking. But like Ziegler said out of his own mouth, he's the guy that pushes the button. So then basically anyone saying that like it was a bad offseason, I like to disagree. I like to think that at worst it was an okay to good season. At best it was a great season. I'm just saying at best. At worst, okay to good. Now, the reason being that is where everyone was complaining about the free agency. But then again, like Ziegler said out of his own mouth, I want to develop my own stars. I don't want to take somebody else's and give them a big contract and hope that they live up to the hype. I don't want to say that's a jam on Chandler Jones, but I think that's where he's basically saying, I learned my mistakes from giving Chandler Jones that big contract. And also giving Darren Waller that big contract. So then basically, when it comes to depth, that is something that we really needed. That's something that we haven't had in a long time. Because any other season, if say a receiver or a corner, even a linebacker goes down, we're like, well, that's it. We got no one else. But now, if say Tyler Hall goes down, you can put Nate Hobbs in the slot, you can put Jacorian in the slot, you can put Duke in the slot, you can put Brandon in the slot, you can put anyone in the slot. If Trayvon Moore goes down, we got Christopher Smith. We got Jaquan Johnson. If Robert Spillane goes down, we got Masterson. We got Devon Diablo. We got Amari Burney. We got Drake Thomas. If Chandler Jones goes down, we got Tyree Wilson. We got Malcolm Kuntz. We got Jordan Willis. We got John Jenkins. We got Adam Plant. If Jacoby Myers goes down, we got Trey Tucker. We got Hunter Renfrow. We got Philip Dorsett. We got Cam Sims. We got DeAndre Carter. If Austin Hooper goes down, we got Michael Mayer. We got OJ Howard. We got Jeffrey Orsay. We got Fottenhanger. If Andre James goes down, we got Dylan Parham. We got Justin Heron. We got Alex Bars knows how to play center. It's basically the versatility, and is what we need, and that's definitely what I'm going to be looking at very carefully during next offseason is the versatility that they're transpiring, what they're looking for, heavily versatile players. And basically, like, because you look at the draft, you look at let's just use the draft as an example. Tyree Wilson plays as an edge rusher, plays an outside linebacker, plays as a D tackle, versatility. Michael Mayer, a blocker and a receiver, versatility. Byron Young plays as a D tackle, plays as a nose tackle, plays as a defensive end, versatility. Jacorian Bennett plays as a slot, plays as an outside corner, versatility. Trey Tucker plays as a special teamer, plays as a slot, plays outside, versatility. O'Connell's a QB. Amari Burney played as a corner, played as a safety, plays an outside linebacker, plays as an interior linebacker, versatility. Nesta J. Davila plays as a nose tackle, played as a DN, plays as a DT, versatility. You see where I'm going with this? You see the pattern here? And with basically on all I have left to say, like, we can all make a speculation on how the season's going to go. We can have our doubts, we can have our optimism, but there's a difference between criticizing and hating. Criticizing is where you question the actions, question the moves, give a little like, hey, I want you to explain to me why you did this because I don't like it, but I need you to explain to me why you did this. Hating is this was a bad move. This was the wrong move. This is the bad move. This is a bad move. This is a bad move. I don't like this move. I don't like you. I don't want you here. This is a bad move. You don't know what you're doing. This is a bad move. I like the last guy. This is a bad move. And then your reasoning behind it is the same reasoning over and over and over and over. And you have there's no fluidity. Like, the same thing can go with optimism. Someone that's a little optimistic but criticizing. Basically, what I do, I'm a little optimistic, but I criticize. I question some of the moves, like everyone else. I like to play the devil advocate. I question about the Jimmy G deal. I question about the linebacker. I question about like the Rocky Sin. I didn't like. Like I said on my own post, on my own stuff. Like I said, like I would have liked it if we had Rocky Sin back. With the like the draft, like I would have liked it if we had Christian Gonzalez, but I like Tyree Wilson still. I liked it if we got
Hey,
Gonzalez or Wilson. I would have liked the picks either.
all right, I'll see you guys Monday, but this is my last Friday show because I'm gonna be gone for like 4 days straight.
All right.
All right, I'll see you guys Monday.
See you Monday.
All right, then, Sergio, you have a good one, bro. I'll see you Monday. Are you out of school for right now?
Yeah. I don't know. Actually, I should correct myself. I don't know if I'll be on Monday because it's gonna be my graduation weekend, and but like my older brother, my older sister are gonna be visiting.
Hey,
And
hey,
it's gonna
weren't
be
you
like the
just at a
first time.
baseball game too
Yeah, I
on
was at the
Wednesday?
Mets versus Phillies game.
Wednesday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you weren't here. I'm like, where's Sergio at?
Yeah, I told Dustin like I'm not gonna be here. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be in
bro.
like
Who won?
the Mets 4-1.
What team is yours? The Mets?
I was just invited
Oh
by
shit.
friends. Like I didn't care about who won. I was just happy to be there. I was like, hey, I'm watching a game.
Fuck yeah, bro. Going to baseball games are fun. I've been to the Giants Stadium. That shit's hilarious. Badass
Yeah.
stadium. All right,
Yeah.
then. I'll catch you guys all on Monday. Much love to everybody up in the chat. Thank you guys all for joining us. But I'm about to go. All right,
Much
Dustin.
love,
I'll see you
Cortez.
later, bro. I'll see you later, Sergio. I'll see you Monday, or I'll see you Wednesday.
See you later.
Are you gonna be on Wednesday?
Depends. It depends. I
Did
kind
this
of got
fool
like a
fall
whole.
asleep?
I think he did.
Hey, wake up, fool! Dustin! Yeah, fuck yeah, I'm going out to go party. I thought right now when I was coming from the garage, it sounded like right behind me there's a church, and then fools like to do donuts and shit. So it sounded like somebody was busting donuts and shit.
Dustin, wake up. We got donuts. Dustin. Hold on, I'm gonna call him.
Call that fool, wake him up, or I'll call him if you want.
No, I'll call him. I'll call him.
Dustin,
Yeah.
are you asleep?
What happened?
You were
You
sleeping.
you fell asleep.
Say again?
You fell asleep.
No, Steve.
Yeah.
Yes, you did, fool.
What do you mean?
Like you were sleeping.
I wasn't sleeping, but I was sitting there. Fuck, right now I felt like I was gonna go to sleep for goddamn sure.
No, you were. I called you to wake you up.
Yeah, yeah. We said your name 3 times. We're like Dustin.
Yep, I'm not gonna lie. I'm about to hop off here though
Hey,
because
if
I'm
you
about
want
to
to end
go.
it, we can.
End it now,
Yeah, I'm
bro.
about
Like,
to
go
go.
home.
I'm about to go over the hill anyways. I'm up here
All
on
right,
the
much love. I'll see you
side
Monday
of the
or
hill.
tomorrow, Dustin. Sergio, if you want to join us tomorrow, what time do you want to do that, Dustin?
What?
The movie.
Probably in the afternoon sometime for sure.
All right, bro. Just let me know.
Fuck, dude, I'm fucking beat, dude. I'm
Oh,
fucking.
you
I
were
mean,
just asleep, bro. Like you
I'm
were.
not gonna lie. I literally just pulled up here and fucking parked it, so I ain't gonna lie. I most definitely could have. But outside of that, hey man, they're gonna bounce out, dude. Fucking thought he beat Dustin in a debate.
Oh no, fuck no. I'm about to go out right now. I'll catch you guys later.
Outside of that, I am gonna cut it down. I'll play. I'm not even gonna play the intro.
No.
I'm just.
Let's just end this shit. It's 4 hours. I'm gonna check the
Yeah.
subscribe.
All right. Outside of that, we'll see you on Monday, man. I'm
Yep,
fucking
catch
bounced.
you
I gotta get up at 4 in the morning. I'm already beat, so I'll catch you guys on Monday. Stay safe. Don't drink and drive. Whatever else you guys want to say.
Yeah, just catch us all Monday.
Yeah.
Besides Sergio, we don't know if Sergio will be on Monday.
I might not be on next week. I got a graduation weekend.
Yeah, and then I'm out.
If anyone wants to
Wednesday's
pull
my
up to our
last.
Discord, we got the links in there. I'm gonna be sending like photos and videos of my graduation.
Hell yeah.
Also, not that you didn't hear Dustin, but I'm gonna major in communication, so I'm gonna try to be a journalist.
Nice.
Yeah, bro, go get that shit. Go handle
That'll be
it.
badass.
And speaking of that, anyone still watching that's new, make sure you follow. This is my Instagram Raider stats. I pull up
Oh
stats,
shit! I'll drop your
schematics.
link real quick up in the.
I now write articles. You'll find it on the raiderroom.com. And I write articles. So far, I wrote an article on Sam Webb. Sam Webb liked it and he shared it himself. So that shows validation. On Sincere McCormick, I also wrote an article around on Michael Mayer.
So I just dropped your link right now.
Thanks, Cortez. So yeah,
No
anyone
problem.
that wants to deal with that, you can come to my account. I'm trying to get to 1,000 before the
I gotta
season
hit you up
starts.
behind the scenes for that one video whenever you get time, bro. I need that video up.
I'm trying to get 1,000 before the season starts. Hopefully, I can get there. I'm on my way to get there. So yeah, that's all I got to say to that.
Hey, Sergio, right before you leave, you know I don't do shit on my IG. I already have like 800 subscribers. I don't do shit up on that shit. I just have it. hey, but hit me up or share whenever you have time. Just send me that video. That should be
Thanks,
super.
Algos.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the link. You'll find a bunch of articles there. It has
finally,
Raider Room,
Algos is
Mark
working.
Joseph, Raider Kush. It has me on there. I'm Raider Surge. It also has my IG on there. So yeah, that's all I got.
Yeah, fucking Al's Ghost is finally doing some work up in the chat.
Hell yeah. Adios, man. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Peace out.
I'll hit you up tomorrow in the